Okay, we can begin. It's not a public hearing. If folks wander in. Have we lost anybody else? Do we know? Okay. Just let people know that if we're still here at 7:30, I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor to step in. I was going to leave at 5, but I want to be here for the rest of this debate. So everybody who wanted to speak once has spoken, and we're now going into second rounds on this discussion on the homelessness update for July. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to move that we amend the motion to remove Star Park from the list of potential sites and add Gary Street green space to the list. Second.
All right, seconded by Councillor Mason. Councillor, oh, we lost our list here. Councillor. Oh, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so, colleagues, I don't love having to move this motion. The Gary Street area is a neighborhood that has had an encampment next to them for, last year. I think is when it was really roaring at full tilt, and it was not an issue-free place, and there was some impacts on neighbors. However, Northbrook Park is currently an absolute mess, and is worse. So like what I'm asking today with Gary Street is when I sit here and I think about the public spaces in my district, because what I'm being asked is where do you want your homeless encampment? And Northbrook Park is the worst location. It's small, it's narrow, it has a playground. We've spent considerable dollars on fixing that park up. There's an apartment building overlooking on it. There's no visibility from the street at all. It's tucked in behind homes. It is a terrible location, and when I've talked to staff about it in the past, even before this was an issue, because I feared we'd be in this spot, they indicated Max's description of it, it didn't even make it into the maybe pile back when they were looking for sites in the past. So Northbrook Park is out. So staff are recommending instead Star Park. And Star Park, I don't think works. And it doesn't work for a couple of reasons. It's narrow, like Northbrook. It has an condo that's directly overlooking it. We have spent, I think it was over $1 million on building the marine railway, the historic recreation stuff that's down there. All wood. If we're going to designate it as an encampment site, we might want to get some fire insurance on that, because I don't know that those will survive Star Park being an encampment, given the rates of issues that we have with that. And it's smack up against houses on the other side of the street. And it's also, it's extremely prominent. It's right there near Sullivan's Pond. It's a part of the community that I don't think is acceptable. And we also had the history with mutual aid. Star Park is where we had where mutual aid dropped a shed in that park, and then we ended up in a confrontation that ended violently with the resident that was living there charged, and one of the residents in hospital with broken bones. So Star Park, this can't be Plan B for Northbrook. The only place, to me, that works for my community, and it doesn't work for everyone, is Gary. Gary has more separation than any of my other parks in terms of neighbors. The senior's house, senior's manor, Alderney Manor is diagonal down the street. There's no one directly on the other side because it's the cemetery. There's a house down kind of on the corner. It has more separation than Northbrook. It has more separation than Star. And it doesn't have, here's the real kicker, it doesn't have any other uses. It's scrubbed woodland that no one cared one bit about until people started moving into it, and then suddenly it's become a spot that has interest in it. It doesn't disrupt the playground. It doesn't disrupt people on the walking trail like at Star. It doesn't disrupt the heritage stuff. It doesn't disrupt anything because no one uses that space. It is the only piece of municipally owned space in my district that has no other use on it. Objectively, it is the site that makes the most sense. The only reason why it's not recommended, as far as I can see, because objectively it makes the most sense, it's just the politics of it. We don't want to go back and admit that, well, now we have to reopen a site. Well, I don't know what we're holding on to there, on that one, just with we're already going back. This whole thing tonight, whether we designate Gary or Star or, Beaufort or any of these park spaces, this whole evening is a going back because we are back to designating spaces. And if we're designating spaces, we should choose the spaces that make the most sense. I'm telling you folks, Gary, it's a terrible option. There's about 20 people who now have concluded I am their worst representative they've ever had, but it is objectively the best location. So I would ask you, please, let's make this swap, because this is the one that makes sense in my community. Thank you.
Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So let me talk about Northbrook one more time. As the councillor said, it is not the place. We attend a monthly neighborhood watch, Sam and I do, in Dartmouth North and Northbrook. The people that live around Northbrook come to that meeting when we have HRP there, and they tell us the story after story after story about Northbrook. And all the reasons mentioned, there's a playground there, the daycare there, it's too small, we've invested money to make it a nice park. It just does not make sense, and it now is unsafe for the neighborhood, and they don't go there. So it's been taken away from the community. So Northbrook, it makes sense to shut that down as soon as possible. So where do we put them? Star Park, for the reasons Sam said also, it doesn't make any sense. We had, maybe a tent and a shed from mutual aid, and that was, what kind of show. It was that kind of show in there. It was not good in there, and it's too close to the downtown. The business community has already been taking it on the nose, and for the modular units and other nearby. So that doesn't make sense. So I support that we don't use North Park and that we take Star Park off the list. Gary Street is tough, and I drove by there this morning before I came here to just take one last look at it. It's actually in pretty good shape now because they cleaned up. It was never used before, but now it's available for something to be done. Do we want to go back after the councillor and the mayor met with the residents that are relatively nearby there and their concerns? I think we've learned a lot since then. And my question to you, Bill, is, and so if we return to Gary Street, what's that look like? And I'm going to ask the same question you're probably going to be asked by every other councillor tonight that's going to be receiving a designated encampment. What does will the security look like? What does enforcement look like? Will police do special checks there in that area in Gary Street? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, I can't describe exactly what the look like would be because I wasn't involved with those discussions with Max, but I can get something to you. My understanding there will be fencing. As I mentioned before, there will be maybe not 24/7 security, but as part of the overall package, there'll be regular presence. We have at our designated sites now regular check-ins with our compliance officers. I do know, I can't speak on behalf of HRP, but I do know that the CRO officer for downtown was making regular patrols in that area. And as mentioned earlier, we're having continued discussions around that. So what I can say is that our plan is to deliver a higher level of observation, surveillance, I guess, in support to those places. Based on the amount of resources that we have available, subject to whatever happens, as I said, with discussions with the province.
Thank you. And as I mentioned earlier, Councillor Austin and I met with the new East Divisional Commander just recently, and we talked about those special checks, and he's receptive to that. The CRO in that area is exceptional. He really is. But he's only there, 9 to 5 or 8 to 4, right? That's part of the problem. So we need that other policing check-in from patrol or whomever else at other hours, and especially the wee hours in the morning. And as I stated earlier, and I'll state it probably 3 or 4 times before we finish up tonight, if illegal activity takes place, doesn't mean all encampments have it, but if it does take place, we need to make sure HRP is in there doing what they do best, and it's enforcing the law. So I'll support the councillor of the area on his amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just have one question in closing. So we're expecting the provincial ballots to come, late summer, fall type thing. There's also a seasonality to things where people who will not accept, the terrible indoor option that they have, whether that's, staying with family where things are dysfunctional or friends or that. In the winter months, they are willing to settle for that because it's cold outside. So there is some seasonality to this. I'm wondering when the fall comes around, whether or not the intent would be to return to council with a report, because what I'm hoping for Gary Street is we need it for a few months. We need it until the fall, and then we can close it again. And so I'm just wondering if, what the intent plan there would be.
Certainly, when the winter flies, so we have some additional items coming to council later on that I can speak a little bit more freely, I believe, in some of those things in our in-camera session. The wintertime will certainly bring with it issues. I am told that there are a number of resources coming online into the fall, and that would be our hope, that we would have sufficient resources to be able to move people into proper housing and out of the cold, I guess is what I could say at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Question?
Okay, the motion on the floor, Councillor Austin, ready for the question? So that is carried. We'll go back to the main list. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the theme is now, we're on a theme now, because I want to talk about Farrell Street Park again. As I alluded to earlier, we've spent years cleaning that place up and making it safe and returning it to the community. And it's theirs, and it is safe now. Now, the land in question is not that land that I'm speaking of, but it's at the tail end of it. So it's all part of it. And so to put the encampment there is just in the wrong direction, a slap in the face of that community where we've made it safe, and their fear is there. So I'm going to put the following amendment on the floor, if I may. That the Halifax Regional Council remove Farrell Street Park from the list of potential sites.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor. So I didn't bring it up, but Bancroft we talked about earlier, but I think Councillor Austin might bring up another place in Dartmouth North that may be a place to consider. So I'll allow him to do that later on. But I really hope for your support on this one. And again, I want to be clear. This is not a councillor saying don't put encampments in District 6. Do I welcome encampments in District 6? No, I don't want any. But they have to come, and those of us that are in close to the core of the municipality have to take them on. I'm willing to take on Bancroft. I've taken on Shuby Park in the wintertime, and there may be others that we have to take a look at shortly. So at Farrell Street, I ask you to support my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the site that, just it's cleaner if you're going to take something off, if we can put something in. I'm just wondering if staff can comment, because we'd raised it before, but we never heard back. The Highfield Fire Station, there's a bit of a large green lawn that runs over to Joseph Young, right at the corner there, that to my knowledge really doesn't have much use in it. It's not a big park. You couldn't have a big site there, but it might be suitable for a few folks. And I'm just wondering if there was any analysis done of that, because I know it's one that, Tony and I had mentioned to Max before.
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, I am aware that Max did raise that, and at the time that he rose it, at the time that he brought that up, it was not considered to be a good site. I don't know the exact rationale for that, but I will get that rationale back to you, and we will take that back and look at that a second time.
Okay, because if I don't know what the internal dynamics are, but if the reaction is it's not a good site because of some community characteristics, that's one thing. If it's not a good site because the fire department doesn't want the folks on their lawn, that's not a good enough reason.
I'll get some more information. I just want to make sure that I have the appropriate information and not take us down a path that I have to backpedal on.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, ready for the vote on the motion of Councillor Mancini? That's carried. Is Councillor Smith, was it? Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So I just want to talk about the common site, and I know there's a few colleagues who asked if we can take that off, and I'm going to ask you not to. And I'll tell you why. Not because I don't want it to, it's not because I want it to be a designated encampment site. It's because the issue that we currently have at the common now, where not designating this actually creates more issues. And for example, and Bill, you might have a current number, but the last time I spoke to Max, there was about 10 tents on the common that we counted. It might be, give or take more or less, but there's a good amount of folks who are already there. And if we don't designate this, we run as a spot, we run into two issues. One, we can't tell those folks to leave because there's no place for them to go if we don't designate this spot. The other piece of it as well is that if we don't designate it, then we will just allow tents to be on all the common, where we can at least try to centralize it in one area. And also, for folks who don't know, on North Park Street, there is currently a shelter being operated by 902 Men Up right across the street. So yes, I don't want tents on the common, but we do have service that maybe we can use 902 Men Up to help support looking at that site. I don't know. I know it's a provincial contract that they're doing, but we might have an opportunity where they might be able to help support that. I'm sure that some of the folks who are staying at the shelter would probably be some of the folks who might decide to go into the designated site because of, the restrictions that are within the way that 902 operates their shelters. All that to be said is, I get it. I don't want the commons to have tents on it, period. But if we don't designate more sites, we can't tell people to leave areas because there's no place to put them. And we've created empathetic, human rights-based approach. And if we can't tell them to go somewhere, then they are going to stay where they're at. So that's, I hope that, as one of the area councilors for the common, that you understand that removing it is actually causing more of an issue for the common than keeping it on there. So I hope that we can keep it on begrudgingly, but understand that this allows us to deal with the current issues that are happening at the common if we designate. And this goes back to that whole enforcement piece. Is we need to also enforce that this is a designated spot. People who are around can you please move? And that's my question for you, Bill, is how, understanding some of the issues that we're having on the common, especially around the bathroom, if we designate the common today on the berm area, what can we do to try to get those folks to be in that centralized area, sooner than later?
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, with the designation, once we have that, that'll be information that our navigators, street navigators, and our staff are able to go out and have those conversations with individuals. And our approach has always been to discuss and talk with people and try to have them willingly move to those locations. So I guess what I could say is that it's in a good location. It's in a location that is near where they already are. My understanding is most that are there seem to be able to be spoken with. So I can't give you a guarantee right now because I don't know all the clientele on a
no, of
one-on-one.
course. Yeah.
But I think that by having that space, it does allow us with an ability to have a discussion and a place for someone to land with additional amenities. I guess that's the piece that would be able to offer on that.
Yeah, so again, tough decision. I understand the concern, but we're also, this designated actually allows us to alleviate the issues and pressures that we're seeing now. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Building on that, thank you, Councillor Smith. two thoughts about removing those two parks. I would ask council not to remove Point Pleasant Park and not to remove the Common. Why? Because right now, you know, we've talked today about how they become out of control, disturbed, require intensive management, problematic, some encampments. But we've also been told by Max and Bill for the last year that when the encampments get bigger than 10 or 12 people, the tone of them changes. That's in the literature. We've heard that from, really we should be aiming for 5 or 6, but 10 or 12 is definitely an upper limit. We're only talking about 10 sites, which means that if we put 12 at every site, we're only talking about 120 tents. Like we are right, like this isn't going to be enough, we're going to need more. Right now, if we remove Point Pleasant Park and the Common, where we already have tents, and I'll get to that in a second, what we will end up with is no sites near University Avenue, which we want to reduce the numbers on University Avenue. It's having impacts on the hospitals, including the IWK Grace. It's having impacts on the businesses around there. It is having impacts on traffic and people feeling safe walking around there. So, part of the goal here is to try and redistribute that load around the peninsula a little bit. But also, this idea that if we allow camping to happen, officially, they'll take over the park. They'll take over the park. We are already letting people tent in all these places with no controls whatsoever. So the issue is not where do we designate, it's what kind of enforcement and rules are we gonna have. So I will ask Bill again, what's our plan, right? Because this could all be for nothing. If you're telling me we're gonna go around and ask people to move and then tell people to move and we're gonna try and manage this, and we're not gonna let sites get over 10 or 12 or 20 or whatever it is, recognizing over 10 or 12 we need intensive management, which costs more money and we're not staffed for. If you say we're going to do those things, then that's great, because I feel like we can actually have some form of management on this, knowing that even a managed encampment situation is still awful and will not be great and will still upset our residents. I think it's the least worst option. So that's what I'm asking is, are we going to have management? Because if we're not going to have management, there's no point in designating the sites. But what will happen if we take Point Pleasant Park and we take the Common berm out is we'll just end up with tents all over all those places anyway. So it's performative and theatrical for us to say it'll make a difference. So over to you, Bill. What's our plan here to try and manage this?
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. So the plan is to move toward a more managed approach in relation to this. That's the plan. We have some resources. As I said earlier today, the designated sites that we have now are overcrowded because there was no place to move other people to. So it's, if we're at 10 and then we get to 12 and all the other places are full, we'll be in the same position. But that being said, our plan is to have more presence in there, and council has approved funding to start looking at the civilian-led model. We are looking, as I talked about earlier, about having more presence around those places to try to help mitigate some of the behaviors that we're seeing. I said, we may not be 24/7, but we're hoping to get a much more broader presence in those spaces. That is the plan going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. So I'm looking at the Halifax Commons site, and I had asked for a map of the location, and the map that I received showed a different location than what was described. What I'm wondering for the Halifax Commons site, well, I guess for both of them, and Point Pleasant Park, is there a map that shows where the areas are being considered? Councillor Mason has described one thing, the CAO showed me something different. So do we have something definitive that says where it is?
I've not seen that map, so that's.
I've not seen a map either.
Yeah.
I mean, other than what the CAO sent me earlier. Okay, so the one that we have on our screen, I don't know if Ian's going to, you're working on getting it, okay? There we are. This is what the CAO sent me earlier. And this shows an absolutely huge area on the north side of the Commons, and I don't know if it's accurate. I'm just wondering if somebody could speak to it and confirm.
Through the mayor to the councillor, it's the piece on the right, the red circled piece on the right of that map.
So the one area that is closest to the roundabout on the right-hand side?
Correct.
Okay.
And- Yeah.
The other day, they were on the other side of on the Robey Street side the other day.
Yeah, the tents are scattered all around the place, but the area that we're talking about is just that one circle on the right, closest to the tenants' courts, to the right of the oval, not above the oval. Okay. Thank you very much. 902 Man Up is directly across the street from that. Have we been in touch with them to see if they would mind lending some or doing some policing of that site, or is that going to be left to us?
I'm not aware of any discussions directly with 902 Man Up. Max may have had those discussions, but I don't have any information right now on it.
Okay.
The 902 Man Up contract right now is with the province for the provision of that, so there would have to be a three-party discussion on that piece.
Okay. And when we have in the past said, you can camp in this place, here's a border, you can camp in that border, but you can't go outside the border. We have tried. We have done it with good intentions. We have done it with as much planning as we can. Have we been successful in saying, stay in that border? You can't go outside that border.
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, what I would say is that there has been a number of successful discussions to have people move their tents in places. We have had occasions, as you well know, that designated sites have gone over capacity. So I guess the answer is we have been successful in some cases, but obviously not in 100% of the cases.
Right. I would anticipate that, as I said earlier, we are going to lose more of the Halifax Common if we let this go. I recognize that my time is up. I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Okay, good discussion here this evening. A couple of things. One, just to kind of go off the discussion we were just having about the Commons. I mean, you do have the oval right there. I know that's heavily used by kids, by HRM day camps, by all kinds of folks in the summer, high activity area. What is going to be done to kind of, if anything, to mitigate any conflicts of use there? That's question number one. And the second one is, I know that the federal government right now is looking at ramping up the emergency treatment fund, which is something that could potentially help with servicing, folks with, more higher acute issues that, that we've been talking about all evening, and the need for service provision, the need for access to treatment. I'm just wondering if that is on our radar, and if that is something that when it does get released, which I understand it will be released in the fall of 2024, something that we're going to be prepared to move on.
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, I'm not aware exactly of that, what you're talking about. I have been party to at least one conversation in relation to the increased support for mental health services in the province and the ability to have those supports extended out to those that are living in encampments. So I can certainly take that one away and see about the funding. I'm not aware about that particular funding piece.
Yeah, it's a $150 million federal funding program. I know we were talking about it at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. It's for fiscal 24-25, and I believe it's beginning in the fall of I'm reading it here right now. Health Canada's goal is to develop and disperse the funding quickly beginning in the fall of 2024. I'll forward that information to you. I did forward this to Max a week ago or two, and so I know he's aware.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini.
The other question was about the mitigation between the use of the oval with the children in the day camps and people using that over the summer?
Mr. Mayor, through the councillor. In that particular location, I have had conversations with Max. We're looking at fencing to provide a physical barrier between the two locations, and that may include even some privacy pieces to be able to separate those. And then I would also refer back to both the support through compliance and just having general presence around those locations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace.
I'm going to pass, Mr. Mayor. I think we could probably sit here for the next 2 hours or night and talk about this. None of these ideas are any good. I feel like we're, at this point, you know what, I'm not going to pass. At this point, what we're doing is we're moving people around, playing musical parks, and attempting to make a bad situation just a teeny tiny little bit better without actually having any influence or any opportunity to provide people with the resources that they need, which quite frankly, at the end of the day, really is mental health care for those who are highest acuity. We are moving those who are the lowest acuity into housing, which is great, and we're doing that in partnership with the province, but we're leaving the biggest issue on the streets. And we're talking about them like they're problems and they're human beings. And, I just feel like this whole situation is unfortunate, and it's not really what we should be doing right now. What we should be doing is having a conversation with the province about how we're going to address this issue. We, 2 years ago, initiated the process to get memorandum of understanding for homelessness. We still don't have that. And so we're moving people like they're, I don't know. I'm really uncomfortable with the options that we have, Bill. And I know that you and your staff are doing the best that you can. But, when I look at the Commons, that's a festival space. That's a space where families are using. We had an Eid event recently. We use that for public programming. So, Maggie, can you tell me, are we going to, are the organizations that have that programmed aware that, oh, by the way, this is a possibility, you're not going to be able to have your events there on the Commons?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, we haven't done consultation with event programmers on the potential for use as a sheltering space. I mean, we would certainly work with Bill and Max and the team to try and have compatible, to try and make disparate uses as compatible as we reasonably can. There's certainly a risk associated with it.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing, because those organizations are now going to find out in the paper or on the news. They didn't receive any communications from us. They're out there fundraising, trying to organize their volunteers, have their events and so on. And it's just really unfortunate that we keep ending up in this situation. We're just kicking the ball. Let's see where we can move people. I am completely opposed to Point Pleasant Park because I believe it's a safety risk. And I do not think that we should be encouraging people to camp at Point Pleasant Park. As soon as that gets on Facebook or Twitter or wherever, Reddit, next thing you know, it's woohoo, free camping for the month of August in Point Pleasant Park. That is not the message that we should be sending. I think it's important that we have some sense of control to be able to support people, but we are still missing the most important aspect, and that's the health care. These folks need health care. So, Bill, what are we doing to get health care and social services for these individuals? That's the million-dollar question, Bill.
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, that is indeed. So we are working, and this is going to, I don't want to sound like this is not a trite answer, but we are working on a daily basis with the province in various levels of the province in relation to, as I said earlier, there are some movement in some of those pieces coming together. We do have a meeting on Thursday with senior members across multiple departments with the province. I know there has been additional meetings already held at that time, And we have been expressing our concern, and the concern is reflected by council, quite frankly, here, in relation to those. As I said, I am seeing some positive movement in some of those areas around wanting to talk about people with high acuity. There have been some previous attempts to do some things that were not successful, but I was happy to see that they did come back with another option. So there is things happening. It may not be as widespread and as deep that we would like to see it right now, but I am seeing positive signs. So as I said earlier, I think the continued movement and continuing work around creating a comprehensive approach by multiple levels of government and with multiple service agencies to come together on this, because my sense was, and I qualify this in that I've only been in this portfolio about a year, but my sense is that this was a disjointed system.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
we are now starting to see some of those pieces starting to come together and start to work together, which I take it as a positive sign. I'm generally try to be a glass half full type of person. So there are maybe a few pieces missing, but we're identifying them, and people other than HRM and are starting to recognize that and actively work towards making solutions.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you, Bill. I can only go by the list that's in front of me here. This would indicate Councillor Russell is next, although it seems to me he's spoken a couple of times. I'm not sure if I'm going to go with the board. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. And a lot of the work on the coordination and the cooperation is due to you. Thank you very much, Bill, for leading that and getting the different agencies to come together. This is one of the things that I have heard loud and clear through the RCMP. So again, thank you for everything that you are doing. Let's talk about the park about Point Pleasant Park for a couple of minutes. Once again, we haven't seen a map. The report indicates that a site hasn't been chosen for it yet. The Halifax Commons would be an inconvenience. I am certain that when we put the fencing up and say, stay there, that tents will be seen in many more places than the area that would be fenced in. In the park, it doesn't matter where I think we put any sort of fencing or any other or anything else up. I don't think it matters where we would designate a location. It would be dangerous. It might not be dangerous in August. Well, it might be because it's warm. But it'll certainly be dangerous in February when people are having fires because they need to stay warm. And we had a challenge some 20, 25 years ago with Hurricane Juan, I think it was, when it destroyed both significant portions of the public gardens and significant portions of Point Pleasant Park. And we were asked which one is going to grow back first, and it was obviously the public gardens because that one is taken care of. So all of the deadfall was left there in the woods. And it's now 20 years later, and there's more deadfall. And if someone has a fire there, we will lose significant portions of the park. That is one of the main concerns. One of the other concerns is we would be putting a population back in the woods, potentially, and the opportunity for something to go wrong is incredibly high. So I'm very nervous about the park. What I would like to do is move to remove both the Commons and Point Pleasant Park from the list of sites in the report. Thank you very much. I am much more concerned about the park than the Halifax Commons. Thank you.
So the motion is to remove them both. You don't want to do them separately because...
If we could vote on them separately, that would be helpful, but the motion would be to remove them both.
Okay. Councillor Mason.
So yeah, just so for that clarity, I will ask that they be separated. And I think Councillor Smith and I have already made our pleas to council. I won't recap them, but I believe, given the history of the entire 12 years I've been on council and the 30 years I've lived in the district, there's always been people tending in Point Pleasant Park up in the ridges where they can't be seen, and the place hasn't caught fire. So I'm not worried about that, and I believe staff will find, I'm interested to find out where the proposed campsite is, because I was looking on Google Maps just now, and I'm like, I don't see any open spaces to put them in, so I'm not even sure it is viable using the criteria we've developed, but I would trust staff with that. So I'd ask they be separated, I ask you to vote against both motions, but I want to give people the opportunity to vote on each one separately. Thank you.
Okay, we will vote on them separately. Councillor Austin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess my question for staff would be, if neither of the Common or Point Pleasant is a possibility, what does that mean for our actual capacity here to respond and provide enough locations?
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, without understanding if there are any other spots on the peninsula being approved, it would significantly reduce the number of available spots. So, taking those out of the mix, the Commons would be one of the Halifax locations from going from the recommended sites, that the 5 that were identified, that would leave still 2 potentially in Halifax. It would reduce the number that are there. But as to actual numbers, I couldn't give you a number right at this moment. It certainly would compromise the second round if we were coming back, because we don't have a secondary spots per se on the peninsula then.
Yeah, okay. To me, if we're not doing the Common, then we probably need to think about whether is it feasible to shut down the old library site, or should that be designated? Is it feasible to reduce the crowding on University Avenue? Like we need locations and places where people are, right? Like it can't just be there's nothing around downtown and all of this, we expect everyone to get pushed out into further distant locations. So I will not support either one of these simply because there's not an alternative suggestion. Like we need these places where people are, and there's a need downtown. There's people at the old library, there's people in other locations, and University Avenue is full. And I don't think we get a handle on University Avenue unless we have another alternative location in the area, and this would remove both out of that wheelhouse. So I think we need them as much as it's terrible, in the same way that we need Gary.
Councillor Outhill.
Thank you, Mayor. And one of the things I've learned from Bill, you and Max, and particularly you today, is there are many good people in these encampments that are just having either hard times or need help. And within those, sometimes there are people, a couple of people, let's say, within a group that cause problems. We mentioned that when it came to what happened in Sackville. I would have thought and there are problems now, but one of the things with SEPDAD and whatnot is that you want eyes on things. So putting somebody in a park with people walking, driving, living around them and looking at them, I would think would have some benefits for security of the people who are also at risk in the encampments or are scared themselves. Putting them in the woods at a park with the lack of visibility, I can't imagine that makes the people in the encampment, let alone the people around the encampment, whether it's fire risk or not. I just can't imagine sticking people in the trees is safer, so to speak, is safer than having them out in public where they can be seen. Are we not, it's the first time I've heard that we should almost be hiding them in the trees, sort of. And that bothers me very much.
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, the locations, and Point Pleasant was listed as a tier 2, so there's still discussion that we're having as staff in terms of the exact location, but the initial discussions we've had around locations have been near on either side of the upper parking lots. So the suggestion wouldn't be for people to be sort of deep into the woods, so to speak. Though we know there are, tents sort of from time to time scattered in
Yes,
Point
true.
Pleasant. There are people who have
But
sheltered
even those
there.
parking lots, particularly the one down on the pier, I wouldn't say there's a whole lot of visibility there. At night, probably locals are,
Yeah, we wouldn't recommend the lower parking lot. We've got a
Okay.
capital plan for a playground at the lower end,
Well,
so
yeah,
it would be near, towards the upper parking. And not to say that there's not risk, because obviously
Okay,
you're
but
near
not as
trees,
bad
but not
as-
sort of deep in the woods would be the recommendation.
all right, I'll see what others have to say, but I just think that eyes on would be helpful, Bill, from a policing perspective, and I know that's only one aspect of this.
And Mr. Mayor, through the, that's what I was going to say, is that there are those that are sleeping rough that would, I think, I wouldn't say welcome, but having eyes on may be good. There are others that, because of various issues that happen, would not want to be in the limelight. So there is not a one size kind of
Yeah.
fit all, and we just have to kind of be kind of aware, because there is I mean, there is a privacy piece, so there's a balancing act somewhere in there, and
Well, there is, but there's also a safety act that I think we should be very concerned about. I mean, those folks have rights as well. And they have the right to be safe, or as safe as we can try and make them. And I just can't imagine that they aren't safer if they have eyeballs on them. Thank you.
Okay. So, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, my. Trying to figure out what is the worst of the worst of the worst. That's what this really is. There's no good words for what we have to figure out at all. And, think about the councillors who this is their districts, and they know, and they've had the experiences, and listening to Councillor Smith and Councillor Mason about, at least if they're designated, then there will be more supports. Then it makes it even a little bit more safe for those persons that are there. I guess I can't, as much as I don't think Point Pleasant Park is a good idea, I don't think the Commons is a good idea, I don't think any of them are, but they are what we have. We don't have something better right now. When we get back to the main motion, again, I do have a few comments, but at this point, I would think I would have to support the councillors for the districts, and they know what they're living with. They know what their communities are living with, and that's where I need to stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Okay, so we're going to vote on these two items separately. So what is the motion, the first one? We'll do the Commons first. What is the, we just see, make sure we're voting the way we want, whether it's affirmative or negative. Okay, that the Halifax Regional Council remove the Halifax Common berm, remove it from the list of potential sites. Okay. Are we all clear on the question? So the answer is no on that one. So the next one is Point Pleasant Park to be removed from the list of designated sites. Ready for the question on that one? Clarification, Councillor Hensby.
What section of Point Pleasant Park, has that been determined yet, or is not, we're not doing the whole park, we're just going to do a little section of the park, but could we clarify what area that might be located in? There's 3 parking lots.
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor. So staff are still working on the exact location, but what we would likely propose is near the upper parking lot, on either side of the upper parking lot.
Where the theater group used to be, in the old ice cream stand area? Further up than that.
There's a bus sort of turnaround in the upper parking lot there, and just to the right, there's a, or to the left, rather, there's a
Up by the
a wall.
superintendent's cottage?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
just up beyond that, yeah.
Thank you, okay.
Ready for any other questions? Ready for the question? So that is defeated. Councillor Cuddle?
Sorry, I mixed up the double negative there. I meant to vote on that last one to remove Point Pleasant Park. So I meant a yes. I meant no to camping.
So that would be a fail and a tie, which means
Point Pleasant stays on those.
okay. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's been really hard. I'm sure it's hard for us to sit and have this conversation. I think it's hard for Bill, you and your team to listen to this conversation and try to figure what it's out, and people are listening to us, because this is about a moment in time, right? And so it's trying to, as has been said, in this moment in time, what do we have in front of us? What can we do in this moment in time? And so I find that really hard, because there's a lot of people out there that think that the more that we do and the more that we give, we're actually enabling. And that is so far from what we're doing. We are actually having that, human rights based approach to try to figure out how do we support people who are they're in crises. They're in a physical crisis of not having a home. They're in a social emotional crisis about the state of their lives and where they are. So it's really hard. And I think sometimes I listen, Bill, to what you and Max are telling us all the time. And in some parts of the conversation, you're a messenger for the province and what the province is doing. And I would really like to see somebody from the province come to this chamber and to say to us exactly what they're doing and what their real commitment is, and that they should be the ones that are here telling us what they will or they won't do, or what they can and they can't do. And there needs to be a more significant plan, because I think that this HRM team is doing phenomenal work. But sometimes I still feel that there's an invisible partner, and I would just like to see that partner here. So, thank you.
Councillor Austin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm wondering about whether to amend this to add 5 to direct staff to return to council in November with a reassessment of the list, because by then we should know a little bit more. And I'm just wondering what staff think of that, just to make it clear when we'll next look at this.
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, I'll look at the acting CAO, and he's giving me the nod. Oh, actually, the CAO just arrived back. Oh, timing's impeccable, boss.
I was about to agree to something, so.
Please strike anything I just said.
I'll ask the question again. With the change in guard there, my question, Ms. CEO, was whether or not I was thinking of amending the motion to add a 5 to it to direct you to return to council in November with an update on all the designated sites, because we're expecting there'll be movement by then, and it gives people a bit of a reassessment point. Okay, so if staff are in support of that, I'll move that we amend the motion to direct staff to return to council in November with an assessment of all the designated sites.
Second.
All right, seconded by Councillor Mancini. Is there discussion on that?
Gift for the new council, yeah.
All right, let's vote on that amendment. You ready for the question on that amendment? Number 5. That's carried. Have fun in November. Councillor Smith?
Thank you. Quick one, just on the deputy mayor's points around the province. And I wasn't fast enough. I tried to bring up the minutes from previous meetings and I couldn't do it fast enough, but I vaguely remember us having that conversation, and I think it was captured in the minutes that you were going to make the request to the province for them to come to one of our updates. And I'm going to try to find it, but I think we did ask you to do that, and obviously there's a million things going on, so you probably forgot to ask them. But I guess just putting it out there again, if that can happen, that'd be great, but I do think we did ask for that to happen. So I just wanted to bring that up, because I think we actually asked you to do that, but again, things get dropped as it's understandable.
I actually did put that in play, but then Department of Community Services had a change in deputy minister. And we haven't had, we've had kind of one introductory meeting with him, and are having a more fulsome meeting later this week. We will raise that at our meeting on Thursday.
And I think that's exactly what your response is. I'm meeting with them soon, I'll ask them. So I think that's probably what happened, is the change. So, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, before we just close off on this, Bill, I had asked the question before, if we're going to designate Bancroft, is it possible to do it in advance? And you talked about cost and scope and all that sort of stuff. It would seem to me that if there's any chance of, if we're doing it anyway, and if we can accelerate it, we may not have to open some more sites, and it also would be more humane in that people wouldn't have to move twice before November. So I'm just going to mention that again. I saw Brad came up to have a quick chat about that. And I think it would be very worthwhile to say, look, is there something that we can do, as opposed to having to build more fences and more stuff for encampments that may not necessarily need to be there forever. So I'll just leave that with you. Councillor Purdy?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And on that point, I think it has something to do with the RFP process taking so long. Is there a way to potentially bypass that process if it means getting it done quicker? Would that be a motion of council to do that, or how would that work? Because
I think I heard senior staff sort of bantering about that. Brad had come up, I don't know if somebody wants to speak to it. Brad Anguish, Commissioner of everything.
Absolutely. Based on the discussion tonight, we're going to get in the office tomorrow and figure out every procurement angle we can do within the rules to speed up the process. I can't, that's as far as I can say right now, but I don't believe there's a situation here where council can override the procurement process, but
Okay.
But staff can? Is that what you're saying? No, I'm just kidding.
We have to have reasons, good reason, within the policy set by council, so.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Councillor Purdy, you still have the floor if you want.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm just wondering, when we go to vote, can we separate number 1 from 2 and 3? To vote on those separately? Vote on number 1 separately?
Wait a sec, where's the, okay, but didn't Sam do a number 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was fine. So, yeah, we can split out the motion.
Thank you.
So it's 1, 2, and then Councillor Austin's motion, correct?
That's right. There's
Amendment?
3.
Okay, anybody else? All right, we're going to vote on this, colleagues. So we're going to vote on number 1, endorse the list of potential designated locations herein and direct the CAO to designate locations for sheltering as required based on the list. Ready for the question? Oh. That's the motion for number 1. Okay, ready for the question?
The easier is just to say to move it as amended. Move number 1 from the staff recommendations amended, because we're not, I didn't hear anybody say want to break it out.
Yeah.
Unless you're comfortable that you've got the list accurately.
That was the list we agreed on. That was the list. We added.
Yeah, we have the minutes. I would suggest the motion be endorse the list of potential designated locations as herein as amended, and direct the CO to designate locations for sheltering as required based on, sorry, there it is, based on this list as amended. Just add as amended. What's that look like?
Okay, we ready for the question? Is everybody comfortable with going to the question? That passes. We're going to move to number 2, update the list of criteria describing where sheltering is not permitted, consistent with the information in this report. Councillor Russell, how did you wish to vote on number 1?
That should be a vote against number 1. Thank you.
9 to 5.
Yeah.
Nice to have a job like that. All right. Ready for the question on number 2? That passes, and we'll go to the one amendment from Councillor Austin. I'm sorry?
I did that in one vote, so it was only us, it's the one, three were put together.
Oh, I didn't realize, okay. All right.
We're done.
Folks, that's the debate, homelessness. All right, we're going to move ahead in our agenda here, folks. The next item is coming out of Audit and Finance, and that's microphone technology funding request. I think it's passed on consent. 15.2.1. 15.3.1 was on consent and taken off. Indigo Shores Park Plan, Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few questions regarding this park plan. McCabe Lake, is shared by Indigo Shores and White Hills subdivision, as well as Glen Arbor. So there's, a lot of people interested in this park plan. Indigo Shores is also just off of Highway 101. It only has one way in and one way out. This subdivision continues to grow despite egress. My questions are related to, a couple of things. The off-leash dog park, which the broader community, Lucasville, Middle Sackville, Upper Sackville, Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, they've all been asking for an off-leash dog park. So it's great to see this on here. However, Bondi Park, which is being proposed, is at the back of the subdivision, which means because of, the fact that it's in the back of the subdivision, there's only going to be a couple of parking spots. We're really concerned about what this actually means as far as visitors into the area without adequate parking. I think having a dog park, off-leash dog park, that's going to become a regional park for the fact that we lack off-leash dog parks in the greater area. And the off-leash dog parks that we currently have are overused and create a lot of conflict in the community because of the number of vehicles that are there. So having a dog park at the very back of a subdivision, knowing that there's also an additional 200 acres of this area to develop, I'm very concerned about, one, why is this being recommended at the back of the subdivision? The other thing that I'm concerned about is Drain Lake, and the fact that the report suggests, a serious health concern with Drain Lake due to the bacteria. And yet the report doesn't really address the safety concerns. It just says, hey, this is, we don't advise swimming here, but we do have high bacterial levels, have been accounted for in Drain Lake, but it's okay, your dog can swim there. So you can see where the community is a little bit concerned about the mixed messaging. Is this a safe lake? Is this a great place or the best place for a dog park, considering how well used it will be? And knowing that we're going to be decommissioning the Watershed Advisory Committee, we're not going to have the Watershed Advisory to look to help us understand what the issues are. So my question is about the safety of Drain Lake and looking at what is it that Parks is responsible for in regards to planning a park in an area where they know that the lake is unsafe with high bacteria levels. Where are we at with working with our community safety in identifying what is the source, or our environment staff? So I'm wondering, where's the alignment here when we're coming forward to the community with the park that is actually has high level bacteria, and we're telling people, oh yeah, we're going to make you a park here, but we don't want you swimming in it. And so I'm just confused about this approach. So I'm just hoping that somebody can speak to me about that. And the other thing, of course, is the boat launch. Indigo Shores had boat launch as a high sort of popular destination. Public, motorized use in the lake is quite common, and a lot of people like to go to the island as a popular destination. So the park plan doesn't include a boat launch. There's a couple of docks that I think are great, but I think what we're going to see is people using this park space for the Sea-Doos and use it as a boat launch. So I'm just wondering if you can speak to those issues. Richard, good to see you.
Richard Harvey.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I'm joined by Beth Prayer, landscape architect that led this file. I'll go over those and hopefully capture all of them kind of quickly. But the first one is about the off-leash area and the identification of an area in Bondi Park. What we've tried to do by way of an overall approach is to try as much as we can to recognize the need for off-leash in this area and to develop an area that's not seen as a regional area for off-leash, but as a local area, and as such, it would be serving that subdivision. Now, the councillor's right. We do need to take a look at implementation over what our regional or other assets are, and we would never want to bring on an off-leash area if we knew that it was not serving that local need and it had a bit of a larger draw. So we can take those points into consideration as we look at how this park may be developed and what the overall provision is of off-leash in the area. So again, this is not a regional asset as we're envisioning it. In terms of its location near to Drain Lake, it is observed in the park plan that that lake does have some issues with it. But in consideration of that and through the detailed design, the off-leash areas are really trails and would be set back from that lake as we would envision it. So the idea would be to not encourage, but not really to facilitate any kind of interaction with Drain Lake for human or animal swimming. And the last part is really about the boat launch into McCabe Lake. Really through the consultation that was held, residents expressed concerns not with lake access, but with motorized lake access. So the park plan is recommending that McCabe Lake, in terms of our parkland provisions and access, really be reserved for swimming and smaller crafts such as canoes, kayaks. So I believe that hopefully answers the 3 questions, but if there's any other things, happy to take those on.
So just to clarify, Richard, so what you're suggesting is that by putting in a boat launch, we would be encouraging more people to use motorized. But is there any kind of rule on this lake for not using motorized? Because I think that's a little bit of confusion in the community where there already are, there's planes, right, in this lake.
Yeah. I think, Mr. Mayor, it's really a question of the infrastructure that goes along with that within each of the park settings. Once you're into actual, the facilitation of motorized craft, you're into, larger areas of parkland which are needed for trailer storage and, aspects such as that. So some of those parks get used to accommodate those facilities, but there was really, through the consultation, although there are motorized craft that are within the lake, it was really about whether we facilitate that use through our parkland or whether we encourage more canoeing and other types of craft. But that's the direction that we followed within the park plan.
So the infrastructure ultimately is going to follow. May I ask one more question? With regards to Drain Lake, knowing that this is a concern, can you just talk about the policy alignment or policy approach with regards to our environment? If Parks is aware, for example, because the testing's been done, one would assume that environment is aware that potentially we have a broader issue with the safety of this lake. And I do appreciate that if the trails that HRM installs do not go to the lake, I have to put on the table that that people they're gonna create trails to the lake, because that's just common. That's what people are doing, right? They want to go to the lake. If there isn't a trail there may already be a trail for all I know. But my concern is that we haven't identified the source of that bacteria, and I don't understand what the process is to identify the source.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure we can, completely speak towards the situation, at Drain Lake, but what I would say is, as we were to get into implementation, we would be considering any of those aspects, and if there were to be the possibility of direct access into Drain Lake, one, we'd make sure that isn't the situation if there are contaminant issues in terms of the way in which the park would be designed. And secondly, we would be working with all of our business units to ensure what the actual issues were. And if it turned out that there were such substantial issues that this really wasn't advisable, we'd design the park space in a different way.
And so if you can find another spot that's more appropriate and closer to the road, more of a regional off-leash dog park, rather than putting in the back of the subdivision, I guess that would be my recommendation, and recommendation of many homeowners in there as well, not only to reduce the traffic, the number of people who are parking on the road, but ultimately to reduce the risk and the conflict in the community.
Mr. Mayor, we'll consider all of those aspects in terms of more of the regional off-leash program in that particular area, and we'll take it all into consideration.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues? That's carried. All right, thank you, Richard, very much. Colleagues, the next item was on consent, and we took this off, right? So it's 15.4.1, the solid waste strategy review update. Deputy Mayor, can you come and take the chair? And I'm going to leave the debate here for a while. But I did want to acknowledge Andrew Philopoulos, who's been hanging around. Andrew is a quitter. Andrew has served us with extraordinary distinction in this municipality, and we'll be very sorry to see you go, but I wish all the best to you and to your family of Philopoulos. Philopoli. Thank you very much for your great service to the municipality. I know you're going to go on to do great things in a very circular way, so we appreciate you and the work you've done. Councillor Cuttle, take it away.
All right. Yes, thank you, Andrew. Yeah, so we had a presentation of this at the Environment and Sustainability Committee, which was great. It was kind of a first introduction to the solid waste strategy review and update. And as someone who has C&D or an organic waste and a landfill nearby and all the other things in my district, I feel like I've become much more knowledgeable in solid waste than I ever thought I would. But in this, there's a couple of big pieces that I thought it was worth bringing this off the consent agenda to talk about. So I guess I can start here by putting the motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council approve the next phase of reviewing and updating the municipality's solid waste strategy in accordance with the tasks and action items outlined in the next steps section of the staff report dated May 6, 2024. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. So first off, and I'm hoping that Andrew, just because it's your last time here, like we really want to hear you talk a bit more. If you could come up and maybe answer some questions about the extended producer responsibility. I don't know how many of us are aware of what a game changer this is going to be for us when this kicks in December 2025. In reading the report, the model for extended producer responsibility hasn't been determined quite yet. But, in doing the jurisdictional scan, there's a number of different ways this could play out, including HRM not picking up recyclables anymore. That would not be a municipal service we would provide. And, that kind of raised a lot of questions for me about, well, who would do that? How would the quality of the service be monitored? Who would monitor it? Does that mean that there's tax savings for the ratepayers now that we're not picking up recyclables anymore? What kind of model are we leaning toward, and how are we going to mitigate issues? I mean, this would be a huge change if Halifax isn't responsible for providing contractors to pick up our recyclables. About how we mitigate issues and customer service. So I was just hoping you could speak a little bit more about how you see that working, and what's going to happen in December 2025, which is, not that far away, really. Next year.
Thank you through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. Thank you for the question. So I'll take you back to December 2023. We presented a staff report to Regional Council with a recommendation which you approved to register in the EPR program. And so in that staff report, we did outline a roadmap in terms of facilitating the implementation of EPR, and you are correct. Come December 2025, it's no longer the municipality's program. It does come at a significant savings. It's up to $6 million, depending on the role the municipality takes and how it may address some gaps that come out of the new program. And so for HRM, what this means and what's going to play out here in the next 12 months, there is a producer organization, producer responsible organization that is preparing and you know, submitting plans to the oversight body, which is Divert Nova Scotia. Once they get what's called their readiness plan approved come the fall, they then will initiate discussions with municipalities, including HRM, around service delivery. And so potentially come December 2025, we may be a service provider on behalf of producers for collection and processing, or it's possible that we are not. As part of the strategy review, we did do a jurisdictional scan. EPR programs have been implemented elsewhere, are being implemented as we speak. There's different trends there that are going on. A lot of municipalities are continuing to collect, provide education, customer service. Some are not, and in that instant, producers are stepping in and they're directly providing the services to residents. From a processing point of view, based on the jurisdictional scan that we completed, it's unlikely that we would continue to process recyclables and operate a MRF in the long term. That being said, we haven't engaged in those discussions yet, so we'll see how that all plays out. And again, going back to that 2023 staff report, we did you know, lay out the roadmap, and we did commit to keeping you informed and updated on those potential changes. I'll pause there and let you follow up. See?
Yeah, so I mean, well, back to the fact that this will be a big change, given that solid waste collection is one of the, you know, the core services that we provide as a municipality. So no longer being in this business will be a big change for our residents. I did have some other questions as well. One is about looking at the capacity of the landfill, given all the growth that we're currently experiencing in the municipality, as well as the projected growth of doubling our population. I'm wondering how that's factoring into the lifespan of Otter Lake. And, you know, if we're looking at other tech, whether it's thermal or non-thermal or something else, you know, do we need to, you know, find a new site? One thing that became, you know, we got a lot of awareness about recently was in regards to what happened with the septic disposal, where it was going outside the municipality to a private sector facility, and when that closed down, it really left a lot of our residents in the lurch. So, you know, I'm thinking about the garbage too, like what happens if someone decides not to collect our ICI? What happens if, you know, because we're growing so rapidly, what's going to happen? And we know Otter Lake is not supposed to take any ICI, so I have a lot of concerned residents around that area about what is going to happen with the future of Otter Lake and the management of our growing population and the solid waste we produce.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, I can report that our current projections, looking at various scenarios around population growth, at Otter Lake leaves us still, you know, 25, 30 years of site life with the facility. So it's a pretty healthy site life that continues to be available to us there. The typical practice is that when you get to about the 10-year mark, that's where you start looking at what your alternatives are, planning past a particular facility. So we feel that we're not at that stage, that we have a lot of site life left at Otter Lake. You know, you mentioned about the IC&I. So just to clarify a little bit, IC&I is currently predominantly transferred through the transfer station. We eliminated flow control. Haulers are permitted to directly haul IC&I waste outside the municipality. That being said, we can landfill IC&I at Otter Lake if needed in the future. So like that option is there. Obviously, that would cut into the site life of the facility. So we would need to be, you know, mindful of that change. We do regularly communicate with other operators in the province that are accepting HRM's IC&I waste, and we do engage, you know, with some questions around their site life and their appetite to continue landfilling HRM material. All those conversations to date are positive. No indication of any change, but I certainly take your point with with what occurred with septic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cottle, would you like to come back? Or you want to come back after?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure, my time is
So,
up.
thank you, Andrew. Councillor Hensby, thank you for your patience. I should have watched the clock a little bit better than I did.
No trouble at all, Deputy Mayor. Well, first of all, Andrew, I want to thank you for your service. You've been always very responsive to me with all my inquiries. So didn't get all the answers I really wanted. So it wasn't a total waste of time. But anyway, but my biggest concern though is that the consultation in the next phase. You talk about phase 2 public consultation is supposed to be done by December 31st, 2024. What kind of consultation we're going to be going into the holiday season with? I'm really concerned about that. Like, what kind of public information we're going to get out there now between that period of time? When does that engagement really start so people can sink their teeth into it? I don't think they're going to talk about garbage too much in the summertime, except what do they pack in and pack out at the beaches, whatever. But I'm thinking that there should be some kind of consultation period over the fall and get people aware, because when we start using acronyms like ICI, industrial, commercial, institutional waste, people got to be aware of what we're talking about out here and talk about the extended producer's responsibility. Like, even given the inference that we won't be collecting garbage, the garbage will still be collected, but maybe done by someone else and paid for and funded by someone else. But people need to understand that they're thinking that, the municipality getting out of the garbage business. We're not getting out of it. We're probably just having it serviced differently. So I just want to make that clarified. So my only other concern on this report was the talk about the need. The report says we don't need an additional rural waste depot, and I really believe that we really do need a construction, demolition, debris drop-off service in the eastern region, the far eastern region, because I think it's impractical to have people from Ecosika, Mosher River, Sheet Harbor, and everything else to haul all their waste all the way into Westfall for the C&D site. That's over an hour and a half drive one way and stuff, and I think that we need to find an alternative solution either at our drop-off depot we have in Upper Muscatab and Sheet Harbor, and having additional capacity at those sites to collect C&D material, or as I had suggested in the past, maybe talk to our contract provider regroup to have an enviro depot of their own. They're based in Watt section outside Sheet Harbor, which they could easily put together a similar depot program like they have at Ross Road. But we need to find some solution, or maybe have a collaboration with the 5 building supply stores in the Eastern Shore, that they perhaps have bins available for customers to, if you buy in materials here, you can get rid of your excess or your surplus stuff, regards to old decks, roofing shingles, old fertilizer, or old insulation and gyprock and stuff. We got to find an alternative solution, because it's ending up in the woods and we don't need that. So that's what I'll leave it for you for now, and good luck on your future endeavors.
Thank you through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. Thank you for the comments and questions. So with the strategy review around public consultation, we did complete public consultation with the first phase, which was a little bit broader. It was a little bit more about the system, the objectives, general satisfaction, those type of things. With the second phase, we're actually going to be initiating public consultation with stakeholder consultation, targeted stakeholder consultation with specific topics, for example, clear bags and IC&I, or talking to specific stakeholders around cart-based collection. So it'll be targeted to specific sectors. And then we're looking at probably in November doing a public survey around collection and cart-based collection, and transitioning our programs to a cart-based program. And when we say end of December, we're factoring in also completing the final report and being able to wrap it all together with other elements of the solid waste strategy review. I take your points around C&D. I know we've had those discussions for a long time. Just to clarify, what the report indicates is that it's cost prohibitive to establish C&D at the Sheet Harbor Rural Refuse Depot. We need to recognize that you can't establish a process like this at a hardware store. It requires an environmental approval. And like similarly for us at our site, has a lot of hard requirements, scales, monitoring, things that we are obliged to do. And when we looked at options that are available to the local community, renting a roll-off bin, having a contractor directly haul the C&D, those options were significantly cheaper than what we were proposing. So that's where we landed on that. But I take your point on that, and we do continue to engage the sector on the issues that are faced by residents in that part of the municipality.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Mancini.
Sure, glad we asked that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First of all, before my comment, I want to respond to Councillor Cuddle on something she said. But Andrew, thank you very much. Colleagues, you may not be aware of it, but Andrew and Shannon and I are part of a province-wide committee that deals with other municipalities, that deal with waste and recycling. And Andrew is well respected from Cape Breton to Yarmouth. And so it is a loss to us that we're losing Andrew. But he's going to the organization that's going to be managing the EPR program. So it's a gain from that perspective, because I've seen how much that he cares about the municipality. And so, Andrew, thank you for your work. Congratulations to you and your family. I just wanted to clarify something. The EPR, Councillor Cuddle, you're absolutely correct. It's a game changer. It's very, very impressive, and very excited that we're going to get there. It's a long time coming. But you made a comment about a big change for the residents. I'd like to rephrase that. It's really, the curbside collection shouldn't be a big change to the residents. For the most part, it should be more or less the same. There may be some additions on how things are collected. There could be blue bins and that kind of stuff. But for the most part, it'll be relatively the same. It'll be maybe different things that go in the bag, because EPR is making the producer responsible for packaging. And so it's a big benefit. So I just wanted to mention that. And I may just tag on what Councillor Hensby also talked about, we're not getting out of the garbage business. We're still in the garbage business. And we're not getting out of the recycling business. We may not be collecting recyclables, and that's yet to be determined, but we're still in that business. So just to clarify that. Thank you. Andrew, again, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Thank you for coming back, Councillor Cuddle.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just a little bit confused here about whether we're still going to be in the business of collecting it or not. I mean, that's undetermined as far as I understand. Like, won't even be running a recycling plant in the future.
So again, to Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, so it's yet to be determined, right? So the legislation was enacted last year. Negotiations should be occurring post-submission of what we're calling the readiness report. It's a legislative step, right, as part of the way the province is rolling out EPR. And I also think there will be a short-term system and a long-term system, right? Because December 2025 is coming quickly, so it's very possible that we could continue to collect and process recyclables on behalf of producers for some time, and then maybe it will be a different setup once we're into EPR for a couple of years. So yet to be determined, and that's what we're going to determine this fall, and certainly keep you up to date on.
Yeah. So I mean, and in there kind of lies my concern that that we, depending on our role in the future, again, the quality of the service, the impact on everything from 311, we won't be handling those calls anymore if we don't have a role to play in the service of recyclables.
So we're certainly aware of, New Brunswick is partially implemented, for example, and our understanding is that there's instances where producers are actually running collection, but they're actually contracting with the municipality for education and customer service, so you can facilitate coordinated discussion or communications around waste. So again, yet to be determined, Councillor. So these are the type of things that we have to work with producers on to facilitate the new program.
Okay, and just who will ultimately be responsible? Is it divert? Is it the province? Like, who has, at the end of the day, will have the ultimate responsibility and the oversight of of EPR and collection?
So obviously it's provincial legislation, and Divert is the administrator of the program. So ultimately, they will be the party facilitating this collectively on behalf of the province and municipal and provincial governments. And additionally, we'll continue to have regional chairs and a voice at that table, which Divert also participates with.
Okay, well, I look forward to seeing how this evolves and you know, how these concerns will be mitigated. Thank you very much. And as I said, it's been great working with you these last 4 years.
Thank you, Councillor Cuddle. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Andrew, for all your work to bring us to this point, and look forward to more progress on diverting waste. Can you tell us a little bit about the automated carts and if there's going to be a cost to the municipality for switching over to that system? And I have seen carts in other jurisdictions that have multiple compartments. Is that something that we're looking at? And finally, in the report, it wasn't entirely clear to me, you mentioned about the so much of the waste being in the ICI sector. And what are the critical things that we have to do to bring that, you know, to reduce that number, to get that performing better in that area? Thank you.
Thank you through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. Thank you for the questions. So we're proposing that we further evaluate transitioning the garbage collection program, the bag-based program, to a cart-based program, and then take organics and garbage and look to transition to an automated collection program. So there is a high one-time capital cost associated with purchasing garbage carts. It's in the order of $15 million. When it comes to collection contracts, we know the next round of collection contracts, the costs are going to go up. The capital cost of a truck is more expensive, fuel is more expensive, those type of things. But with this type of system, we actually will probably achieve a marginal savings compared to what we would pay based on the status quo. And that's because there's less time in motion, less labor, more efficient collection system. So that's really positive. The split cart, we actually had looked at that. It's more for recycling because it's related to source separation. So that will be up to producers down the road to figure out what the best solution there is if they move in that direction. And yeah, with the IC&I sector and reducing the waste disposal, so a couple of things there. We are looking at clear bags for the IC&I sector. And when I say IC&I too, in the waste system under bylaw S600, that also includes like multi-res with 7 or more units. And we know clear bags has been very, very successful with the residential program and condominium collection program, so it makes sense to continue to expand that. The other item that we want to look at closely is looking at multi-res improvements, look at developing a best practices guide, working with our colleagues in planning and development to promote its use to improve the way we collect waste in our multi-residential properties, promote more source separation, because we know there's an opportunity there to move the needle.
So we need to work that into our planning and requirements for buildings? Is that what you're...
At this point, we're working on a guideline, and we'll collaborate and see the best. We don't want to create additional requirements, right? So we want to try at this point, try to identify the best practices and try to figure out how to incentivize, because ultimately, EPR, for example, includes all multi-residential properties, so there's incentive there for property owners to source separate that material because they don't pay for it. So how do we promote that, right?
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. No other persons on the list. We call for the question. Andrew, thank you so very much, and hopefully we'll see you and the family at the next Squeak Fest. Thank you. That motion is carried. So we move on now to item 15.4.2, municipal letter of support for the community solar project. Councillor Mancini.
I thank you, Deputy Mayor. I put the following motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a staff report to consider a municipal letter of support for Solar Bank Corporation's application to the Provincial Community Solar Program. Thank you, Councillor Hensby. So we had a presentation at the Environment Sustainability Committee, and this is a very interesting program. It's like if you can visualize a community garden, so not everyone can grow their own vegetables, so they get together and multiple houses come together in the community and they grow a garden together. Well, that's just kind of like the concept here with the solar, it's a solar garden. And it's a really neat program. And part of the process is there's a number of application requirements, such as public engagement. We're working with First Nations. Obviously, they need municipal support. That's why they're asking for the letter for endorsement. Permitting, there's a long list. They need to do it. There's actually a location that's being recommended in Councillor Hensby's area, and he can speak to that when he gets on here. Cape Breton CBRM is looking at 2 locations. Down in Annapolis is another location. So it's a very interesting program, very exciting program. So they're just simply looking for letters of support to continue on. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, this letter was a result of the solar bank proposal they have in West Pepeswick, so property just off the highway, 107 highway and the West Pepeswick Road. I'm hoping that our letter would also express the issue of some of the residents had about the truck traffic. I understand that the province will allow limited access off 100 Series Highway for harvesting of forestry products, trees and lumbers and stuff. So they do have to do some lot clearing for the site, so that I don't see there'd be a problem there, but will the province allow them to bring their equipment in for assembly is the other issue. So I'm hoping that there will be a way that we can draft such a letter that the concerns of local traffic will be addressed, hopefully by the province in appropriate access. But this is a part of an application that goes to Nova Scotia Power. Nothing's guaranteed here in regards to the actual it going in. It'll still depend on Nova Scotia Power if they like the proposal or not. But as a part of the Nova Scotia Power process, they want to have a letter of municipal support for the application. I can tell you the property in question have a property zoned area that allows for this type of infrastructure by right. So I want to make sure that that is also expressed in the letter. Thank you.
Our CAO might respond to some of those items.
Letter.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Cuddle.
Just quickly to say, I'm really happy to see this come forward. I think solar gardens are the way we need to go. They're more equitable, they're more accessible to more people, you know, whether you're a renter, whether you're a homeowner. It doesn't matter the shape of your roof or the, you know, size of your neighbor's trees, and easy to maintain. So, you know, I think this is great. Glad to see this happening in our municipality and hope to see more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cuddle. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just a quick question about sort of the process. So for other projects that are moving forward with through this provincial solar initiative, will council also be supporting those projects? I guess my question is, we've got a number of solar projects. This one has come forward for a letter of support specifically from Regional Council, and that's great, and I support it. But I'm just now thinking about, what about those other solar projects? We haven't typically been sending letters from council, letters of support for these kinds of things. Is this, just wondering, what's the process here, Madam CAO?
Okay.
Madam Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, we would consider such requests on a case-by-case basis. If we find that there is increasing frequency of council being asked to provide letters of support, another thing we could do is the next time we're looking at updating some of our governance processes, we may be able to look at changing authorities so that each request does not have to come forward to council, or more authority is delegated to staff on these matters.
Thank you.
Within a set of parameters.
Yeah, I think that's advisable, because if we're going to do it for wind farms, we're going to do it for solar farms, the list goes on. You know, we're going to be doing this at least once a month. So it would be helpful if we had some kind of criteria set out. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. There are no other names on the list. Call for the question. Question. Motion has carried, and I know Kevin Bootler was all bow tied up and ready to come answer any questions. So thank you for spending some time with us, Kevin. So our next agenda item is 15.5.1, which is the governance review, Phase 1 implementation plan and advisory committee review. It is the wish of council. Councillor Mancini, thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Following motion on the floor, the Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to, 1, prepare amendments to the terms of reference for the Active Transportation Advisory Committee and Point Pleasant Park Advisory Committee as outlined in Attachment 2 of the staff report dated May 24, 2024, and return to Council with the proposed amendments for Council's consideration. 2, commence the process to dissolve the Community Design Advisory Committee, Halifax Peninsula Planning Advisory Committee, Harbor East Marine Drive Community Council Planning Advisory Committee, Investment Policy Advisory Committee, Margerson Drive Master Plan Committee, Port Wallace Community Public Participation Committee, Northwest Planning Advisory Committee, Regional Watershed Advisory Committee, the Western Common Advisory Committee, and to return to Council with the necessary amendments to dissolve these committees. 3, prepare amendments to the Administrative Order 48, the Community Council Administrative Order, relating to the creation of planning advisory committees as outlined in the staff report dated May 24, 2024, and return to Council with the proposed amendments for Council's consideration. And 4, complete the remaining phases of the governance review implementation plan as outlined in the attachment 3 of the staff report dated May 24th, 2024.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. I don't have a whole lot on this. You know, a lot of good work here done by the clerk's office and other folks. I do have just a couple of small things I just had a question about. Ian, if you wouldn't mind coming forward.
And we have Ian McLean
Never heard.
to answer our questions.
I understand, and I don't know if this is part of this report, Ian, but are you looking at the renaming of some of the community councils?
That report will be coming forward after the municipal election with the new boundaries, with another look at the overall ward names as well.
Okay.
Post the election, that will be coming forward to
Separate.
Regional Council for decision.
Yep, okay, great, thank you. And, you know, we were talking about these committees, it just made me think as we're moving into election, there's going to be a whole lot of new councillors, probably the most new councillors that we've had in a long, long time. Maybe this is a CAO question, I don't know, but where are you with the orientation of new councillors coming into, you know, how do we match up the most appropriate new councillor with the most appropriate committee or standing committee?
So through the Deputy Mayor, through the Councillor, we are working on an orientation plan with a diverse group from the HRM, and that portion includes a committee orientation, a standing committee orientation, community council orientation, as well as an orientation to the overarching bodies that the members are asked to serve on, which will come forward to the newly elected members prior to the decision for committee's assignment being asked of them. So we're trying to give an education prior to asking them to sign up, but ultimately it will be council having to sign up for those committees and going through the committee and councillor committee appointment process.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. I appreciate it and appreciate the work on this. I know this was a lot of work by your team. Thank you. DM.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Deputy. So I have a few questions on this one. Well, really, it's mainly a few questions about the Parks Advisory piece. You know, the Watershed Advisory, it's one that I've talked to folks in the Watershed Advisory in the past, and, you know, I agree with the recommendation. I don't think we're using our expertise very well, and I think that the idea of it becoming more of an ad hoc community kind of lobby group is a better fit, especially where our expertise in-house has changed over the years, right? And we can tap into these folks when needed on projects. So I think that has changed, and I know they've been very frustrated. So I support that. The parks piece, not as much a fan. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, if we accept the recommendations here as they are, there would be no further work on the request for a regional parks advisory committee?
That is correct. Sorry, Councillor, Deputy Mayor, through the Councillor. That is correct, other than as a part of the Executive Standing Committee conversation on this, specifically relating to the recreation committees, we did commit to an ongoing evaluation of the existing parks committees through the additional phases of the governance review. So looking at some of the ones like Point Pleasant Park, to look at our committee process, our committee structure process, to see how that would fit into it. But you are correct, that if the motion, as the recommendation as made today is adopted, there would be no formal move forward with an HRM-wide Parks Committee.
Okay, so this is one, colleagues, that I remember, I can't remember if it was Councillor Mason who made the regional parks motion, or whether it was me. Yeah, I made it for you. That's why it's stuck. That's right. So personally, I see this like we still have the motion to come on the park stewardship program. Like I think we need a little bit more work on this because there's a real gap. If we're doing a master plan in a park, our parks department does a fantastic job of going out, doing a plan, hiring consultants, doing public engagement. If we're such as, things like Baker Drive, right, or Indigo Shores, right? If we're doing kind of the next level in, like Northbrook Park, where we, a number of years ago, where we did the park plan there, which included a whole lot of changes in there, I was quite startled to realize, well, if we're going to talk to anyone about this park plan, it's me, right? And me alone that's going to get something off the ground here. We do nothing in our parks for the kind of next level in terms of talking to people. There's no form. And to me, I think we need something like what happens at AT Advisory, where we have a citizens body, we can bring things forward, it becomes a place that people can go. I'm open to other ideas how we might achieve that goal, but this response doesn't actually get at the kind of guts of the problem that we were trying to fix in the first place. I see Richard's come up, so I'm guessing maybe he has some thoughts, so maybe I'll throw the bar over there if it's all right with Miss Deputy.
Yeah. Welcome, Richard.
Deputy Mayor, I don't think I actually have an answer, or whether it's a question, but it's a bit more context as to how it is that we undertake our various park planning processes to help inform a bit of the conversation. So from a general perspective, when we're doing, for example, a replacement of a playground or any sort of capital work which really doesn't involve a lot of complexity or there aren't issues associated with it, that happens through our normal business planning that you all have input to. We would meet with each councillor on a regular basis and look at the state of good repair of assets and work with you in terms of prioritizing those. For parks where there are issues, for example, there's some matter of either broad concern or even local concern, we would work through councillors to identify those as potential candidates for park plans. When we're preparing those park plans, they almost always involve community consultation that in many cases, including, for example, Indigo Shores, or if we were to look at Lake Banook, they typically involve two sort of rounds of community consultation, one at a front end and one to sort of say, this is what we've come up with, what do you think of it? So I wanted to just offer that context of how it is that we undertake many of our park plans for situations where there are some issues or there's a need to kind of sort out what should be happening next. And then also mention that that is typically the way in which councillors and then council can have input into that business planning.
I'm out of time, so I'll come back.
Thank you very much, Councillor Austin. Councillor Cuddle.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, so I think that's, and I'm not saying the current structure we have is serving the purpose, but I'm also not sure by getting rid of it and not having a structure for dealing with park planning, like a more formalized park planning, is going to get us where we need to go either. I think about something like the aquatic strategy, right, where there's actually kind of a needs assessment. It looks at different components. There's a strategic piece. It's not just reliant on a counselor to initiate something or a consultation with a counselor to understand a problem, because that changes over time and it doesn't provide the continuity that I think some of our parks need. When I look at our regional parks, for example, like how do you prioritize? What's the standard? How do you, have that continuity that extends over just the term of a counselor? I think our parks deserve more of that kind of a focus. I'm from what I just understood, you're going to continue to consider parks or not after this? Just how does that look like?
Deputy Mayor, through to the councillor. So this governance review project, we are looking at a multi-phased approach to this. The questions and what we're hearing right now is regarding, I guess, more of the concept of the engagement strategy, I think, on parks is what I'm hearing, and how a committee may or may not fit into that. The Point Pleasant Park Committee that we currently have is not being recommended for dissolution at this point in time. What we are looking at doing is a formal evaluation of the committee process and the committee structure, of which the Parks and Recreation component would be a part of that.
Right. So, for lack of committees, I think that we need a strategy that then outlines how you engage locally. But yeah, so it's a little bit nervous getting rid of one thing where we don't have something that to kind of replace it. Oh, yeah, Richard.
Just kind of quickly, Deputy Mayor, we do have overall strategies, for example, a community facilities master plan, that we've had in the past, community facilities master plan 2, which would then call for some of the more detailed reviews to which we would then engage with stakeholders in undertaking some of those plans. So there are overall, there are overall documents that provide that guidance as well.
But for our parks, or just our facilities?
So that would be for our facilities. It also includes some parks, but we also have, pending within our regional plan, the identification of overall municipal-wide park plans and recreation facilities plans as well.
Okay. Feels a little elusive from where I'm sitting, but good to know. I just want to also comment on something that Councillor Mancini just brought up about the district names, and I'm wondering, why are we not naming the districts prior to the election? Because right now, I don't know what the name of my district is. I know what it was, but I've lost some of it and I've gained some new parts, and I don't know what to call it formally. And I don't know how to communicate that. Why would we wait?
So, Deputy Mayor, through to the councillor, you'll hear a notice of motion that we made in a few hours potentially that will bring that report to council in August. So they will be named before the election. We are significantly delayed. Been clerk, not at this time of night. That report is coming in August. It was delayed because of the timing of the district boundary decision, to be frank. So it will be here. What we also do is we do and bring another report forward after the election to see if there's any changes or issues that come from that with the new council coming on. That's it. So it will be here before the election. It is coming to you in August.
Okay, I'll keep sending you suggestions.
Thank you, Councillor Cuttle. Councillor Outen.
We may be here till August, is that what you're saying? So 2 questions. This is quite some significant changes here, and I know you were following the direction from council, but was public consultation part of this at all?
Deputy Mayor, through you to the councillor, yes, in the report you can see the engagement, the report that came back, and there was an extensive conversation at Executive Standing Committee on the engagement and the feedback from the members of this. Changes in numbers, very little change in what is actually meetings that are happening and meetings that can happen. And really it is a cleanup of many of the committees and recommending a lot more work coming forward to develop a committee plan and process. The public engagement component of it was done as far as engaging with the councillors, but also engaging with the members of the committees. We sent a survey to them.
Right.
It had a quick turnaround time, but it was actually looking at the members to hear from them about how they felt this process was going.
Yeah, I don't know if I call that consultation. I don't know if I call it public consultation. But, okay. The second thing is, I guess I must be in the minority here because I realized PACs were suspended by the province, but I actually had a good experience with PACs in the Northwest PAC and learned some things from those folks. They learned some things about the process, and quite often planners would go away and make some changes in response to what they heard, and quite often proponents would go away and make some changes to what they had heard. So I just want to see how we plan to replace this input, if you will. I know there'll still be PIMs and public meetings and this sort of thing, but I guess maybe I'm just a little, and I know some of the PACs didn't work well, but one of the things that I've enjoyed over the years was PAC, and also the community council I've been with, I think worked pretty well too. So Aaron, you're going to enlighten me, so that's great, or reprimand me.
Well, welcome Aaron McIntyre. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, Erin McIntyre, Director of Development Services. So in regards to the Planning Advisory Committees, it's outlined in the report, but I think it's worth highlighting that a lot of the feedback that we receive from the committees are a reiteration of internal technical review, or a lot of the issues that are presented through the public engagement itself. So we often find that the changes are made, often directed, when they are directed by the PACs, we otherwise likely would have either received that feedback through internal review relative to council's policies, directions, and regulations, or they are issues that we're already aware of as we go through public engagement. So we're finding most times, you know, there's always going to be aberrations, but on the whole, we're finding that you know, the effort and energy of both the committee members and of staff to support the advisory committees is really a redundancy relative to internal review and public engagement.
Oh, thank you, but I don't agree. And I usually agree with you. You've been wonderful to me as long as you've been there. But I actually experienced many times when I think it led to some good discussions, some good changes, and some good compromises on developments. And it was something that we were used to pre-amalgamation as well. And I'm just wondering how aware the public is going to be of all these proposed changes as well. So I'm not afraid of change, and I've led change and tried to lead change for many years, but I'm not quite comfortable with this decision or with this process yet. So anyway, we'll see what others have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Outitz. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Deputy, and thank you, Richard, for the feedback earlier about parks planning. I still think there's a gap. And, you know, at times I think it risks, you know, getting some feedback better from some areas than others, because, you know, if we're doing the big kind of park plan, of which of course we have limited capacity to do, as we all know around this table, since we've all at one point or another angled for park plans in our districts and had to join the Hunger Games of limited resources, and you know, you might get one in a couple of years. So like, that process is the only kind of place where the public piece is coming in, or, you know, it's kind of down to that capital one, which can sometimes make significant differences in your local park. And that's entirely up to your local councillor. After 8 years on the job, I've got a new e-newsletter list that's, you know, 1,500 email addresses, but a brand new rookie councillor is not going to have that kind of resources, and they're not going to be able to reach out necessarily as quickly or as effectively in parts of their district that they might not know. And so then those areas we just kind of don't get feedback from until suddenly something gets built and people are like, well, who the heck talked to any of us about that, right? I just feel that there's a real gap here, and you know, it's not necessarily a committee that's going to fix it, but this is one sort of avenue, and so I don't feel like we should dismiss it just for three paragraphs in this report that's kind of about the larger kind of thing. So I'd like to amend the motion to add a 5, direct that staff provide a report on the creation of a Regional Parks Advisory Committee, including terms of reference, either as a standalone report or as part of the next phase of the governance review.
Seconded by Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, colleagues. And so my goal here is, it's not quite like, I don't want folks to get the wrong idea. This is not making a motion to direct staff to do the thing that they've already done, because they've done the thing they've already done. They came back to us and said, we don't really think a Regional Parks Advisory Committee is a great idea. So this is us saying, actually, we'd like to see a little bit more on that, please, because we think it might. So I think we shouldn't drop the idea just yet. I'd be open to parks if they came back with alternative ideas about how they can improve public engagement around this, but there might be other ways to fill this gap. But I think we should not just drop this issue at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Mancini and Mason, would you see that as a friendly amendment as the originators of the motion? Yep. Yep. It's good. Good. We can go to Councillor Cuddle. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate you bringing this forward, because it's not sitting well with me either. I mean, I look at something like the Western Common Advisory Committee, and I mean, that's always been a struggle to get anything happening in that park over the years. It's been 4 or 5 years that we've had an unfinished trail in that park. It just can't seem to get that trail finished. It just goes on, and so now that there's not an advisory committee, it takes away, there's even less focus on the future of that park. With an advisory committee too, like I wonder about how you get the representation on that advisory committee, in the terms of the advisory committee, in order to understand the full scope. I mean, while I'll support getting a staff recommendation and perhaps looking at it a bit more, I hope in that report we can also look at other mechanisms about how we better prioritize, manage, address our parks, at the different levels, because it's a lot, Richard, you've got a huge portfolio of parks. It's a massive municipality. It's the size of, as we keep saying, of Prince Edward Island. I mean, as a municipal unit, it's huge. And so I don't even know how an advisory committee would be able to tackle that without kind of breaking it down into further components of one kind or another. Like I said, like I said before, I don't think there's any perfect answer here. But I guess what we're saying is, in lieu of the perfect answer, we're also recognizing that there feels that there's a gap. And I don't know what's going to resolve that, but I look forward to seeing what might come back through this report. Thank you.
So there are no further speakers, but to be clear that everyone knows what this item number 5 is, shall we wait to see it on the screen?
If you want to put it up, it's in an email to you again.
Councillor Austin, does this read as you would like it to? Thank you. I see no further speakers on the list. Shall we call for the question? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Council, it is 8:11. Do you feel the need for a hygiene break, or shall we continue? Oh, the motion was? We thought it was all one. Oh, so we just voted on the amendment, okay. So we'll go back then and vote on the main motion as amended. Oh, Councillor Cottle, my apologies.
Am I on? I'm on, okay, thank you. And with the greatest of respect to you, Mr. Clerk, and to my friend Aaron, respect and admiration, I would like to move that we remove the Northwest Planning Advisory Committee. I'd like to strike that from the list in item number 2, with the caveat, of course, that it'll be reinstated when the province permits it under, what is 137 or whatever that suspended it. So I would just like to, just in my conscience is telling me I have to try this, folks, because I think that this committee is long established, has done good, is quite enshrined in the culture of the Northwest part of HRM. So I hope you would just agree with me that we strike this part, this PAC from this, and reactivate it, I should say, when the province allows us to do so. So moved. And Sam, you're going to support me? Good stuff.
Councillor Austin.
I will support. I'll just offer you a little bit of an umbrella. Just the experience in regional center was the PACs have value until you get your suburban plan, because once the suburban plan comes in, everything ends up being as of right, and then they end up having very little utility. So fine. I'm fine to vote to put it back, but its days might just naturally run out by virtue of where that process ends up.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Cottle has the floor.
Deputy Mayor, if I may.
Oh, okay.
Well, just on that point, just on Council Austin's point, does it make sense, rather than having to bring this back in the future, that the motion be considered to run until such time as the suburban plan is put in place? You just want to leave it open? Okay. Sorry, whichever plan we were talking about.
So, Councillor Oathead, would you like to bring clarity to the amendment that? No? Okay. Then Councillor Lovelace is next. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I fully support this. Northwest planning has been awesome over the years. And I just, on the note about the suburban plan will be helpful for a small geographic area within the Western region. So it's important to consider the large rural farming, fishing communities that sit in that rural plan, which is a long way out in the future. So Planning Advisory Committee will add a ton of value as we move forward to create complete communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Mason.
The question for Ian is, if this passes, which I think it's going to, are we saying bring it back when the province gets rid of the law in 3 years, or are we going to be in the position we're in now with a lot of these planning advisory committees where they theoretically exist and we're still appointing people to them? I feel like the word suspend, retain and suspend needs to happen, because, well, they're not allowed to meet, but I know that we were still having these issues. So I just want to clarify with the clerks to make sure that we're not, yeah, like we still theoretically had the CDAC committee existing for the last 3 years, even though center plan was done in 2021. So let's make sure we're not doing that.
Deputy Mayor, through Deputy Mayor to the councilor, I'm going to defer to Aaron, who has many hats to wear tonight.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. Yeah, so the legislation speaks to an inability to refer matters forward for advisory committee consideration. So we're actually disabled from seeking their advice in any way on all planning matters.
No, understood, but are there people on this committee right now, like are we suspending the committee and we'll repopulate it in 2 years or whenever the legislation changes?
So, sorry, Deputy Mayor, through the councillor, effectively, we would maintain status quo. We're in a holding pattern where we have these committees. We are not doing the active recruitment for them. We will ensure that we have people lined up for that to meet the timeline of when we may have the ability to send things to them in the future. We don't know that we have an April 2025 timeline for that right now, so we'll be ready for if this passes, we'll be ready for when that does happen, that we can turn those back on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Okay. What I feel is we already have a patchwork of committees operating in different capacities that we're trying to clean up, and now we're bringing one back, which is particular to a place, but doesn't include the prospects, doesn't include, Sambro Loop in Northwest. We don't have a PAC. We don't have one. I mean, I think what I would prefer to see, and I do, I think they're great. I mean, I like this idea, but what I don't like is how it's an anomaly, and it's how do other communities and other regions also get to participate in the same capacity? I mean, I would rather see a municipal-wide approach to planning advisory committees. I can certainly tell you that the people in the prospects would love to be on a planning advisory committee. There's so much going on in their community, and they struggle regularly to figure out how to engage and interact in what's happening in their area. The same thing with Spryfield and Sambro Loop. So, this might be a motion that needs to come back at a different time, but and then I would have to wonder where Northwest Planning Advisory Committee fits in that framework. But I don't, and so it's not that I don't support the idea. What I don't support is that one area has a PAC and other areas don't, and we're all operating in different ways. And I think that, as we're evolving and modernizing as a municipality as a whole, that we need to have some more consistency and best practice applied, equally amongst our region. So I will support this for now, but I'm going to work on bringing back another motion to council to look at what that municipal framework might look in a whole, and then figure out from there where Northwest might fit into this kind of modernized framework. But for now, I will certainly support this. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on what I'm saying, but that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cuttle. Councillor Hensby.
Well, the only question I would ask in regards to the existing boundaries for Northwest Community Council, would it be changing with the boundary redistribution? And with any of those other rural communities that may be on the cusp of that area, perhaps that new district could also join in that Northwest Community Council process. That'd be up to the new council when forming the new community council structures and participation. So I'll be more curious to see this particular planning committee and how it affects not the existing boundary, but the new future boundaries, and will there be an opportunity for the rural adjacent communities to join in or not? So I'll leave it to that to be yet to be determined.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. So we have the amendments. Call for the question on the amendment. The motion has carried. Thank you very much. So now we'll go back to the main motion as amended, and I see no speakers on the list, so call for the question and commence voting. Motion has carried. Thank you very much. So now I'll ask the wish of council. Do you need a break, or shall we keep going? Keep going? Could I have a show of hands? Keep going, or? Okay. Then we will.
40 minutes to game time, Johnny.
So the next item on our agenda is 15.5.3. It was on consent. It was removed. Councillor Lovelace, I believe this might be yours.
Yes, thank you. So this is just some housekeeping questions for this. I'm just going to put the motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council give first reading to the bylaw E103, the purpose of which is to amend the bylaw E100 to reflect the transfer of the role of Municipal Emergency Management Coordinator to Community Safety as set out in revised Attachment B of the Executive Standing Committee report dated June 17th, 2024. Thank you. So just there's some inconsistencies within this that I wanted to address. There were some sections that removed the terminology volunteer firefighter and replaced it with stakeholder, but yet in the interpretation section, the definition section, there was no definition for stakeholder. So I just wanted to address that, as well as the fact that Section 4D is still using volunteer firefighter. Removed from Section 5C, and Section 9.2, it says where council is unable to act promptly. My question is, what's that mean, promptly? It just is quite subjective. And the last one, 11.2A, I'm just wondering if this should be reduced specifically to the mayor, to reduce that chain of command, rather than councillors informing the executive committee, oh, hey, here I am, or I'm going away. Why would we do that and not just forward any changes in your schedule, or if you're away, directly to the mayor's office? So just those inconsistencies and questions, if somebody is available to respond.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lovelace. I do see Bill Moore's name on the list for this, but Bill, would you like to come?
It really is just housekeeping. If we're going to remove
CAO?
volunteer firefighter, we should remove volunteer firefighter, replace it with stakeholders, just to make it more consistent, but then have a definition for stakeholder. Sorry, Bill, just nerding out here on the technical side of this.
Madam Deputy Mayor, through you to the councillor, Bill Moore, Executive Director of Community Safety. Nice to see you all again. Yeah, absolutely, this is a housekeeping piece. I hear what you're saying in relation to those changing. I think I would look to Mr. Traves to simply, I don't know if we need to bring this back or just take these pieces and have them amended.
I'm trying to remember exactly, or track all of the questions. There was a fair amount there.
Well,
The stakeholders issue, I believe, relates, I don't recall exactly, but my recollection is that it relates to the fact that volunteer firefighters are now part of the fire department, whereas historically they weren't, and that it is broader in terms of capturing, in terms of stakeholders. And that's in 5C. I'm not sure. A lot of this relates back to...
And 4D. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
4D and 5C. So it's just the use of the term volunteers. Yeah.
4D. Yeah, sorry.
I do believe Okay, thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor to the councillor, my recollection of the use of the word stakeholders is in some spots is to encompass situations where it's not just applicable to volunteer firefighters or firefighters, but it's ground search and rescue, for example.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, so that's why I'm saying if we could be consistent throughout the document, if we're going to use volunteer firefighters in one section of the document, then stakeholders in another. That's all I'm asking. So, and the other thing was just about the promptness in the definition of prompt. What does that mean?
I know it's in there specifically for a purpose. I believe that it relates to language in the Emergency Management Act. And so, but I have to tell you, I can't find that in the act right now.
Oh, that the word promptly, so that direction for,
It's in the act.
okay.
It's my I'm putting out there on memory at this time of night, but my it's changed in there for a purpose. It's,
Okay.
otherwise it would be staying the way it was. That's the recommendation in terms of where it went, but I believe it relates back to that.
My
Okay.
recollection also, it's to align us with the Emergency Management Act.
Okay, that's good, that's fine. And then the last one was
Or
just to
the
reduce
charter, sorry.
11.2A.
Thank you. Sorry, 11.2? Sorry, 11.1B or 11?
2A.
11, there is, oh, okay. About keep a counselor's requirement to keep the executive standing committee posted respecting the whereabouts, that's not a change in an emergency.
Right, so I guess that was my question, though. It's not a change, but should it not be a change? Why, like, for example, I don't think I could name all the people who are on the executive standing committee right now.
That would be through the clerk's office.
Right, so what you're asking is every counselor to contact the clerk's office.
Executive Standing Committee is the Emergency Management Committee under the legislation, and so it's the Executive Standing Committee that stands as the committee responsible for emergency management. So this aligns again with the Act and the Charter in terms of saying but we always go through the clerk's office. So
I'm just saying the wording of it. It says every counselor shall keep the Executive Standing Committee posted respecting their whereabouts.
Right.
So what this is saying then is that every counselor is to contact the clerk's office to notify the Executive Standing Committee.
You want to say something, Ian?
Deputy Mayor, through to the councillor, just to offer for this purpose is we work with the council support office to make sure that we work directly with them to make sure that we have an understanding and appreciation of this so we can be responsive in an emergency situation. This includes situations like making sure that we have the deputy mayor and mayor's vacation schedule to be able to respond to these emergency situations as well. So while it's phrased this way in the Act, we have operational procedures that allow us to take this off the councillor's plate to make sure that we can operate in these situations.
Okay, so I guess so the onus is on every counselor. That was my point.
And with that, it is ensuring that operationally, it's ensuring that council coordinators are aware of where your locations are so we
Right.
can work with them.
So that's problematic, though. Counselor coordinators work 9 to 5 or 8 to 4. In my experience during the wildfire and the flood, there was no support. In the evening, there's no support on the weekends. So that's why I'm suggesting that this direction is problematic.
With due respect, Councillor, no. So the staff in an emergency could be the CAO of the Executive Council or Executive Committee of Council will be whatever staff we have pulled together in an emergency situation. The obligation is to the body. How that gets staffed, whether it's through the clerk's office at one time or through me or through the CAO, it could be anybody. So we want to stay at the high level. In an emergency, that could be a state of flux. The obligation is to the Emergency Management Committee, which is formed out of the Executive Committee of Council. So
And
the
that's
language is right in my view.
Okay, so that's a fair point, John. I think then for staff, what they'd want to do is actually implement some training for the new council that comes aboard. None of this was actually provided to council for this term. And certainly during the wildfire and the flood, this council support staff wasn't even aware of section 11.2A. So I think it's important, just cognizant, I raised this because of my personal experience as a counselor during 2 emergencies, and actually 3. Yeah. But that being said, if the wording is direct from the Act, I understand that. But I do think for purposes of interpretation, right. To make sure that counselors are aware of their role and the onus
right.
On this position.
So that's a great point for counselor, in the sense that it's individual counselor's obligation, not your support member, to let the Executive Standing Committee know through staff, however that plays out in the Emergency Management Center otherwise, And so either speaking directly with whoever is staffing the emergency management center, it's important that we know how to get a hold of you so that we can have a meeting of council in an emergency or make decisions. But that's an individual councilor's responsibility to take in touch. And that may be through the mayor, it could be through any number of reasons, but it's so that we can pull a meeting together.
Yep.
Thank
That's
you.
a fair point. Thank you. So other than those little pieces, thank you so much. I don't have any other questions.
No further names on the list, so we call for the question. Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bill. Our next item is 15.6.1, the road safety strategy, the way forward. That is the wish of council. Let's see if there's somebody on the list. Councillor Mason, thank you.
Well, this should be. All right, I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the Road Safety Strategy 2024 identified in Attachment 1 of the Supplementary Report dated June 5, 2024, and endorse the vision and goals identified, and 2, direct staff to provide annual reports to the Transportation Standing Committee regarding the actions of the Road Safety Program and the Road Safety Key Performance Indicators identified in the Road Safety Strategy, Attachment 1 of the Supplementary Report dated June 5, 2024.
Seconded by Councillor Oathead. Thank you, Councillor Mason.
We had a very, thank you, Chair. We had a very, Deputy Mayor, we had a very robust discussion at Transportation Standing Committee, not once but twice. We actually sent it back to staff to have more meetings with the stakeholder committee and various community groups. And in the end, the committee was satisfied with the presentation of staff and voted to put it forward unamended. And I stand by that decision. I hope Council does too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. I do see that we have Lucas Pitts and Roddy McIntyre and Samantha Trask here, just in case. So, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and not being a member of the committee, I was wondering if staff can offer some feedback to the main thing that's coming in to me in terms of feedback from folks outside that are upset with this plan is why the move to per capita versus an absolute measure of we want to see less people dead on our roads?
Welcome, Lucas Pitts.
Good evening, Lucas Pitts, Executive Director of Public Works, through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. So yeah, we discussed this quite thoroughly at both Transportation Standing Committee meetings. I think there's a couple things there. You know, we had the per capita chalk when we switched to per capita, I think almost 2 years ago, when council was supportive of the per capita approach because of the extreme growth we were having. Going forward, recognizing, you know, that there is some different opinions. If you look at the document, we've identified a number of key performance indicators that will be made public. We're going to create a public dashboard, and a lot of those key performance indicators are absolute numbers, and so they will look at vulnerable road users and, you know, individual different KPIs. And then the per capita piece is, you know, a lot of the communities that we look at and compare ourselves with are using per capita numbers. And of course, if we are going to compare, we're going to use per capita numbers, right? And so per capita, if there's not much growth, per capita becomes absolute anyways. But when we're having these extreme, you know, this high amount of growth, we're in a position where, you know, if you're looking at absolute, yes, it might go up. But that doesn't necessarily mean the program's unsuccessful. If we're, you know, if we added 50,000 people and we're up to, you know, serious accidents, that's not necessarily a bad thing. You know, it is, you know, we want to see it go down, there's no doubt. But per capita, I think, provides more of a true measurement of the success of the program.
Okay. The other question I had is regarding the intersection improvement project, because, you know, I could be wrong, but I swear we did that analysis originally, wasn't it like 2 years ago, 3 years ago that that was, that project originally started the top 10 worst intersections. Are we really planning to stretch that out till 2029? Like in the report, it references completing those top 10 intersections. I think, and the late hour, maybe my memory's failing me, but I could have sworn it says 2029 for getting those done. That seems like an inordinate amount of time and a lack of, urgency and haste, I would say, on it.
Through the deputy mayor to the councillor, I believe it's actually a 2-year program for the top 10 intersections. We're going to reiterate it. So we're going to do the top 10, and then once we're done those over the 2-year program, we're going to do the next top 10.
Okay.
And so yeah, we're going to cycle through that a couple times.
So we're not going to do like our top 10 over like 6-7 years?
No,
okay.
No, we are not. Don't worry.
I'm glad I misread that.
Yes, and the program itself is quite a bit of money, and so as we identified in the report that's after this report, that there's going to have to be a conversation at budget time in terms of increasing the road safety budget or reallocating funds to meet that deadline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. There are no further names on the list. Call for the question. Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Lucas, you might want to stay put for the next one. And is this back for the first time with your new title? Congratulations, sir. Our next item is 15.5.2, which is the Road Safety Action Plan. Councillor Lovelace, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So I move that Halifax Regional Council approve the proposed action plans in principle to address the 10 intersections with the highest number of fatal and injury collisions as outlined in the staff report dated June 14th, 2024. So this is what happens when you start at 1 o'clock and not 10 a.m. Right? The reports just kind of start blending together. Yeah, so this is, well, I think Lucas just answered the questions that we had a great conversation about, the highest risk intersection, that top 10. Obviously, this is a program we want to continue to address and continue to evolve. And I ask for your support. Thank you so much.
No further names on the list. We'll call for the question. Motion is carried. Thank you very much, everyone. 15.7.1 passed on consent, which was the support for the Shubenacadie Waterway nomination. So we go to 15.8.1 from grants taken off of consent. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council approve grants pursuant to the Rural Transit Grants Administrative Order for the 2024-25 fiscal year to a maximum of $500,000, including the grants set forth in Table 2 of the staff report dated March 27, 2024.
Seconded by Councillor Mason. Thank you, Councillor
Excellent,
Lovelace.
thank you. Yeah, it's getting late. All right, so I can't even read my own writing at this point. But the reason I pulled this off is because there are gaps within the community transit and the Halifax transit system. We know that those gaps impact vulnerable people, including in my district on Pockwalk Road, long-term care facility. And when I read from the report, I'm going to quote it. These service providers offer an efficient, cost-effective form of public transit in communities outside of Halifax Transit's service area, end quote. No, they don't. What they do is they offer public transportation in some communities. And I think it's really important for us to recognize that we are still not providing community public transit to all of this municipality. And when I get phone calls from the long-term care facility on Pockwalk Road or from homeowners within the White Hills area, Perry Pond, Upper Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, and they're very upset that they don't have access to transit. And so for the long-term care facility or anyone who's looking to use accessible transit, some of these folks are paying upwards of $150 a trip just to get to the hospital or to get their eyeglasses. You know, these are vulnerable folks, and I just think that staff need to be cognizant of the fact that making a blanket statement and clearly an assumption that we are servicing all of our communities, and we're not, and we've got to do a better job on that. And I will say too that, you know, these vulnerable seniors are paying out of their pocket. They're on fixed income, and $150 to go to a hospital trip is significant, especially if you're going for a couple of times a week for dialysis. So, you know, I just wanted to raise that. And the other thing that I wanted to say is that when we look at servicing communities with community transit, I'm cognizant of the fact that, yes, it's expensive. Yes, there's a need here. But at the same time, how is it that we're weighing the cost with the need to make the decision about who we're not servicing? Because there is a very intentional decision not to service the community of Upper Hammonds Plains or Lucasville. And so I'm speaking for my colleague here in District 14, Councillor Blackburn. You know, these are communities that are historically marginalized, historic Black communities. They have been asking for transit. And so when I look at, you know, the lack of our ability as a municipality to service these communities, we're doing a disservice to these communities. So my question is, how can we, you know, I guess, how can we move forward with this grants program to actually ensure that we're providing community rural transit, knowing that Bay Rides has been working for the past number of years trying to actually work with Halifax Transit and the province to service these vulnerable communities?
We do have Patricia Hughes here, but she might answer part of the transit, but our CAO will answer some of the grants committee.
Good evening, Patricia Hughes, Director of Planning and Customer Engagement, Halifax Transit. The staff report before you today is the annual award of grants to the existing nonprofit partners. We do have another outstanding motion of council with a report coming back this fall, in which we were directed to review the rural transit program, looking at the actual wording of the motion to assess existing regional services, identifying gaps in regional service, and conduct a needs analysis. So I think that is a important conversation that is part of that other report that will be coming forward this fall, whereas this one is to award the current grants.
Yes, no, I do understand it's to award grants. I guess my question is that, you know, Bay Rides has been trying to get a pilot project, as you know, moving forward to service the Pockwalk Road, the long-term care facility, the African Nova Scotian community, and, you know, they don't seem to be able to move forward with that. So are we having to wait yet another year in order to do an analysis to determine whether or not we should be or can be providing service to these communities?
Councillor Lovelace,
yes,
our CAO would like to respond.
If my microphone will work, thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, I'll start and then Patricia can add. With respect to the decisions around, your question was how do staff make decisions about which communities are served?
Yes.
Yeah. Council makes the decisions, right? Through the approval of the business plan and the budgets for transit, and also parameters for grant programs. Unfortunately, we're halfway through the fiscal year, so this year's rural transit grants program is in line with the existing administrative order that's been approved by council and the budget that's been approved by council. If we're looking for changes in the process, I would suggest that we could deal with that as a separate issue, or changes, you know, to the program for future.
Well, so that's what we've been working on for the past 2 years, right? Just to be, frank, we've been working on that for the past 2 years with Bay Rides, Halifax Transit, and the province to move forward on this. So I continue to raise this every opportunity I can to say we still haven't gotten anywhere with being able to provide this service. And the pilot program, is a great opportunity to kickstart this. So I look forward to the report coming sometime in the fall. Is it like late fall, winter? And then that way, at least the community has an idea of what they need to do. Should they be doing fundraising? What should they be doing, right? To get this pilot project up and running. Just looking at the timing of the grant, yeah.
Certainly, and we do have, I believe that staff have met with some of the rural councillors and discussed this review. The next step is some engagement in the communities. The tentative date that you'll see on any dashboards right now is early October for that report to come forward. I'm just not certain how things may shift around with the busy schedule this fall.
And I'm out of time. Why am I still talking?
Thank you very much, Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Cottle.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I do think it's important to discuss this every opportunity we get. Having blanket statements like that in our reports kind of demonstrates a lack of understanding for the situation outside of the urban service boundary. I think it does a disservice to our communities that don't have any access or form of rural transit, and it's a bit tone deaf to the situation. So I just think we need to be mindful when we write things like that, that they're not accurate, and especially with this review of the rural transit program coming forward, that we're working on it. I think it's not just vulnerable communities that are impacted, it's our rural economies. It's communities like Harrietsfield, where we have a really large trailer park community, very low income, no form of transit, and more and more people who don't have access to cars are being pushed outside of our city, and we have no alternatives to offer them. So the rural transit program is important, it's great for the communities that it's serving. It's certainly not affordable for many people. Patricia, you were at that meeting in Sambro, where we heard firsthand how expensive it can be for individuals. So to say it's affordable, again, it's a little bit tone deaf. It's not just for people trying to get into the city, it's also for people trying to get out of the city. I have a woman in Spryfield who has a 5-year-old who's never taken her 5-year-old to the beach, to the ocean. Kid's never been to the beach. Yeah, she's a single mom, lives on her own, doesn't have a car, can't get to the beach. This is also for people who are in the city looking to take advantage of the amazing rural communities and rural landscapes we have around our urban core. Anyway, I just want to point that out. I think we need to do better in how we characterize rural transit and how we discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cottle. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate the report that would be coming in October. I do hope it includes something in Beaverbank. There was a viable Beaverbank transit system a number of years ago that, when it was changed, the programs that are listed were included, and Beaverbank Transit was specifically not included. So I just simply hope that it is brought back or at least reconsidered in the report that's coming in October. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patricia, for being here. No further names on the list. We'll call for the question. Motion is carried. Thank you very much. So now we'll move on to 15.9.1, which has passed on consent. financial incentives program for Schmittsville and also suburb heritage conservation districts. So we move to 15.10.1, Councillor Mancini, members of council, dangerous and unsightly premises bylaw.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I put the following motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a staff report on the development of a dangerous and unsightly premises bylaw to provide more specific guidelines defining dangerous and unsightly premises and outlining the procedure for repeat offenses that will be supplement the Halifax Charter regulations. Thank you, Councillor Outhead. I think every one of us in these chambers have had situations where we've had properties that we've asked our bylaw folks to investigate because it was claimed and we consider it to be dangerous and unsightly. Our staff do their job, and they do their job well to inspect, but they're guided by the guidelines that they have. I can think of numerous properties in District 6 that have no siding on it. All you see is the weather barrier that's on it. We have, 45-gallon drums in the yard and other pieces of equipment. The list goes on and on and on. But when we look at that, we can look at, what's a neat property, what's not neat property can be subjective. But there are many of these situations in all of our districts. And so the rules that our staff have right now are just not sufficient. And so this motion is about, taking a look at how do we add some more meat to this? How do we go to the province and get them to help us? And so we can, kind of reduce the number of repeat calls going back and the resources that it takes too. That neighbor that's upset with their neighbor, and we look at it, and then most of us go, yeah, I look at that. I wouldn't want to be living next to that either, but the rules say they're fine. Or they've made some adjustments, but not enough. So that's what this motion is all about. I think most of us are looking at how do we get better at this, and there's got to be a better way to enforce properties that are obviously safer, but not as unsightly as some of them can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. As chairman of the Appeals Committee, I can tell you that the dangerous and unsightly premises staff are quite busy, but a lot of it is complaint-driven. We don't go proactively go out seeking properties. It's more of a complaint-driven process reported by citizens of concerns. Also, councillors make reports from time to time. The other thing is that what may be normal in some communities may be different in other communities. What might be a rural standard for siding on an auxiliary building might be totally different than the downtown core. So I think we have to be cognizant of those things. But in regards to having more guidelines, the question is how you're going to define those guidelines, with the different perspective from a rural, suburban, or urban context. So I look forward to the staff report coming forward, but I just want to make sure that, ours, the only way to do more is have more staff to be out there in the field to do enforcement. But the question is, that's another budget issue of how many bylaw officers or compliance officers we want to have out there. So I look forward to the report, but I just want to make sure that we have that perspective of different community norms. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And Solicitor, I'll be asking you a quick question. You told us to make sure we get your attention. So really, really quickly, so support this, and I know we usually don't ask questions of staff, but I think this would just help me to solidify my support. How much do we borrow within our guidelines and our procedures from the Provincial Unsightly Premises Act? Like, do we rely on that to provide us definition in requirements and guidelines, or we, because of just the way that our, I guess, appeals process is set up, we can kind of create our own processes?
Deputy Mayor, through you to the council, I don't know. It's basically under our charter is where the power is to make the bylaw, and so I don't ever recall looking at a provincial legislation on that basis, but we can look at that in the staff report.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Outhead.
Thank you, Deputy, and I'm so glad that when Tony mentioned he was going to bring this forward the other day, I thought that was good, and then I'm happy to second it today. What I hear And sometimes it's neighbor against neighbor and unreasonable, silly things. And, staff are very good at weeding those out and shutting it down. But what I hear quite often is, well, Councillor, I agree with you, or I agree with the neighbor, but the legislation doesn't cover that. We can't do such and such because the legislation doesn't cover that. So my suggestion is, I hope that part of this staff report will be consultation with people like Scott and Tanya, who can give you examples of things that we regularly hear about this, but we can't do anything about it. Or we regularly hear about that, but we can't really do anything about it. And I hope that that will be part of the research that you do for the report. So you're nodding, Madam CAO, so thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Outhit. I see no further names on the list. Shall we call for the question? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. And second, 15.10.2, Councillor Mancini, Lake Micmac height restrictions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I put the following motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a staff report. 1, outlining the process and cost to undertake a wind impact study for Lake Micmac, and further outlining the process to amend the Dartmouth Municipal Planning Strategy and Land Use Bylaw and the Regional Centre Municipal Planning Strategy and Land Use Bylaw to establish a maximum height restriction for development around Lake Micmac. And 2, request that the public participation be undertaken in accordance with the public participation resolution adopted by Regional Council.
I apologize. Second, Councillor Purdy? Was it? No?
Yep.
Councillor Morrison, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor
Councillor
Morris.
Mancini.
Thanks for dragging that out and making me fearful that that's as far as we're going to go, but that's great. Thanks very much. Some of you may be aware of this and others may not. Back, I think it was 2003, a similar type of motion came forward for Lake Banook in Councillor Austin's area. Lake Banook is a world-class paddling asset that we have here, and we're very fortunate to have it. There was concerns about development around Lake Banook and buildings of a certain height that would cause a negative impact from a wind perspective on that competitive course. So that now has a height restriction, so it's quite clear what you build, what you can build, where you can build it when it comes to that, protecting that lake. Lake Micmac is next to Lake Banook, and it is also a competitive course too. It does a lot of long distance racing on that course. The dragon boat racing is on that course. When Lake Banook has competitions, Lake Micmac is used as a training facility. We're now in a different situation in our municipality when it comes to development and growth that we're having, way different than 2003. So there's lots of interest for development around Lake Micmac right now. So what this is about is looking at what would it cost to do the wind impact study so that we can come up with that height restriction. Really important lake. The community is very interested in doing this to protect our lakes. All of our lakes are very precious throughout the municipality, right? Obviously, Dartmouthians are very close to our lakes, the city of lakes, as it's always been called and continues to be called today. So it's looking at this particular lake because it's a competitive lake that we want to protect it, and that's the rationale for this motion. So I hope you support it.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Hensby.
Just a question in regards to, you made reference to Lake Banook, and I understand that Lake Banook is within the regional center planning area, and we already have height restrictions or height limitations or growth opportunities already designated for around Lake Banook and inside the regional center. But Lake Micmac being on the other side of the highway, being outside the regional center, I thought we still had some height limits or protection on the urban plan already. So I'm just kind of curious to clarify, is Lake Micmac in the suburban plan area, or is it part of the urban plan that was a part of the regional center, regional discussions? So I just want to have that clarification. So I assume since
Our CAO?
Oh, no, Aaron McIntyre will speak to this.
There you go, Aaron.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, thank you. I think the CAO is probably going to say what I was going to say. This is outside of the regional center, so it would be in the suburban area. Yeah.
Thank you.
There are no further names on the list. Call for the question. Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Prior to going in camera, we will do added items and notices of motion. So the added item is 18.1. Councillor Lovelace.
For 18-1?
Ian, we're
Yeah, I don't
doing
have the motion. Do you have
18.1
the
and the
motion?
added items?
Just getting the motion on the screen, please. Do you have it? Oh, you're... Well, somebody must have it. Oh, it's on the Teams. It's on my Teams. Oh, it's on the screen. Thank you. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a staff report to make amendments to Administrative Order 29 respecting civic addressing policies to allow for the renaming of Carmichael Street to Kate Carmichael Street. Thank you,
Seconded
Councillor.
by Councillor Hensby. Thank you. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. So many of you in this room know of Kate Carmichael. She was an incredible force who worked to revitalize downtown Halifax, and in particular, Barrington Street. She was diagnosed with leukemia in 1999, and she passed in October 2001. Now, I knew Kate. I worked at NASCAD at the Art College. She was a city alderwoman here, 1994-96, for the former city of Halifax, and was also the executive director of Downtown Halifax Business Commission from 1996 to 2001. You know, I just feel when we look at some of the street names that have been made since Kate Street, Gloria McCluskey Ave, Ruth Goldblum Ave, Nora Bernard Street, in consultation with Kate's family, it was, I think her sister, her sister Sarah said that Kate would be tickled to actually have her first name on the street. And I don't know if staff can explain why Kate's name wasn't actually on the street, but the family was not aware of the reasoning for not including her first name. And so this is why I've put this motion forward.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. We'll welcome Aaron McIntyre back.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you to the councillor. In 2001, when Carmichael Street was commemoratively named, we didn't have a policy in regards to first names, last names, double-barreled names. So I would take your point that it was a little bit all over the place. Sometimes requests came forward where a family wished to be commemorated, and I think that sort of set the tone for some of them at the time. You're likely aware at this point we do have policies relative to commemorative names, certainly allow double-barreled names in commemorative places. So there was a definite change when we adopted that policy and regulation for civic addressing.
Okay, thank you. So seeing that oversight then, or that inability, I guess, to place her name, maybe the name was too long, there were too many digits, too many characters, what have you. I hope that I have your support to move this forward. Thank you.
Our CAO?
Just to note, it was not an oversight or an inability. It was compliant with the rules set in place at the time, and it was a decision made by a previous council that was appropriate at the time.
Yes, without having the consistency of the rules. Yeah, thank you. I am glad that we do now have the consistency of the rules where, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Hensby.
No, nothing.
Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Deputy. So just two pieces on this. So support this in terms of the principle of what's being asked here. I think it's appropriate. And I just wonder if the councillor can speak on two pieces. One is, so usually when we're looking at name recognition under the policy, we get a report which also includes correspondence from the family given permission. So we don't have that. So I'm just curious if you could speak a little bit more about the family and how they feel about this. And the other piece is what I'm concerned about, and maybe some people here with some more long-term knowledge of our processes, this is not following the process of name recognition. So just wondering why you chose to go this way rather than going through our process of getting the policy and recommendation and the very thought out process that we have. Because my understanding, again, using some of the institutional knowledge here, that we made that policy to stop council and other folks from putting forward names without proper due diligence. So just maybe if you could just speak to the family and then why you chose this process rather than going through the regular name recognition.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. So the proper process was followed back in 2001. As the CAO already mentioned, there wasn't any consistent policy, and as Aaron McIntyre concluded, there wasn't any consistent policy to include this woman's name. However, Gary Martin received his name, Gary Martin. John Savage received his full name. So did Ruth Goldblum and Gloria McCluskey, et cetera, et cetera. The correspondence actually was sent to Brad Anguish from the family, so we have received that, and I'm sorry that the council has not received that. But this is asking for a staff report, and I look forward to giving this woman her first name on her street sign. Thank you.
So for clarity, so we got correspondence, it just didn't come to council, that's all?
That's right, it went to Brad, yeah.
All right, I see. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Deputy. So my understanding from having done in 3 of these is that the policy is that the councillor can work with staff to solicit letters from the family that then go to a staff committee that does a review and then makes a recommendation on a regular basis. I'm looking for Gail McLean, who's obviously not even on that job anymore. And so that didn't happen here. And my concern with that is that I can tell you right now that the family was not consulted, a family member was consulted. And that's the problem, that now we're having a public discussion about this without having adequately consulted the entire family. And I think that's unfortunate. So I will support this for a staff report, but I feel like, we can go in camera and talk about that if we want, but I just feel like there's a reason that policy is in place to make sure that we have, like when I did the Admiral Murray one, that was 4 years of work to track down his family around the world to get to a point that we had an agreement. So I have concerns. I'll support it for a staff report, but I really, there's a reason we follow that policy. Thank you.
So, Mr. Traves.
Deputy Mayor, Cedars of Council. So I looked at this when it came on the agenda. I think the request can be accommodated within the existing policy. And that's, I think, what staff takes away from this. I would be surprised if the staff report comes back recommending changes to the policy to accomplish one name change. The policy is there, and unless we're hearing direction from all of council differently, assume that we would follow council's policy.
Perfect, and we should. It's just that the reason you do all that spade work before it goes public is so members of the family or good friends don't hear about this in the media, right? Which is effectively what's going to happen here.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Oathead.
I sometimes get frustrated when I think we're overcomplicating things. First of all, this doesn't, I don't think, require a staff report. This is direction to staff, first of all, or the CAO. Secondly, I think this was not named after Carmichael's business, Carmichael the ship, Carmichael the planet. It was named after Kate Carmichael. And the fact that we're now allowed to change it to Kate Carmichael, from Carmichael to Kate Carmichael, if we'd like it to, in recognition of this person, I don't know why we're so overcomplicating this, that we can just now put their first name on it like we did with Gary Martin and others that we mentioned. So I really don't understand why we can't just say, please make this happen.
RCO.
So council has adopted an administrative order, which you're bound by. That's essentially it. And there are implications for any business or resident on a street where there is a name change, which have cost implications. Others, not saying it wouldn't be done, but there is a valid rationale for the administrative order that council adopted to go through those steps so that you make an informed decision. Including, the discussion with the family.
Our CAO will add.
The fact that there's an administrative order approved by council that we need to comply with. One of the values that council has approved as one of the values of the municipality is evidence-based decision-making. And as the solicitor noted, the report that will come back to you will talk about the number of impacted businesses or residents, and you'll have better information to make your decision. And we'll be able to demonstrate, if we're ever audited by a municipal auditor general, that we followed the policy that council's laid out for us to do these kind of changes.
Thank you, Madam CAO. Councillor Lovelace, would you like to close? And I'll go to the other speakers. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Councillor Oathead.
I'm speechless, sorry.
Councillor Hensby.
Sometimes my nonsense threshold just has that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just to make it simplified, there is no civic addresses being affected on this name change. All the street businesses are from Brunswick, Grafton, or Argyle. No one has a civic address off of Carmichael.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. So just to be clear, council did follow the policy, or the process, I should say, as directed back in 2000. The decision was made to put Carmichael on the street and not include Kate Carmichael, even though the process was to create a street naming after Kate Carmichael. So I just want to be really clear about that. In making my recommendation, that recommendation went forward to the CAO, Brad Anguish, solicitor. I'm not bypassing any rules here. I'm just naming, I'm just hoping that we can rename this street after the woman that it was initially named after. I think that we need to put credit where credit is due. And, I'm happy with the research and the communications that I've had with family and with community and Downtown Halifax Business Commission. This is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Madam CAO.
I just wanted to note that Brad Anguish has not received any correspondence from the family.
Yes, he has.
So if you have
He even
it,
thanked me for sent. Yep, he has it.
he's just indicated to me right now via email that he does not have any correspondence. So
I'll show
maybe
you
it's
the-
a little miscommunication. Either way, if you could just make sure the correspondence, if you have it,
Yeah,
it
I
gets
can
to us.
send that to you because it went to him and he responded. So happy to do that.
Mr. Traves.
Just to be very clear, Madam Deputy, through you to council. So it is council's bylaw that the regional council may change a public street and private name road in accordance with the civic addressing policy. So that is the bylaw that you are required, like anybody else, to follow. So that would require a change, which I would suggest is not necessary. If we quickly follow the process, I think it'll lead you to the result that the councilor is looking for.
No further names are on the list. We'll call for the question. Motion has carried. Thank you very much. And Mr. Councillor Hensby, before you jump to in-camera minutes, we are going to do notices of motion. Do we have any notices of motion? Oh, just me. All right. So I'll take notice at a future meeting of the Halifax Regional Council. I intend to propose amendments to Administrative Order 48 respecting the creation of community councils, the purpose of which is to introduce new district names which result from the 2024 district boundary review process. So now may we have a motion to go in camera? Oh, what? Oh, Councillor Hensby, you're fast again. Vote by hand for the minutes. Thanks, 17-1, the minutes. Motion is carried. Thank you very much. So do you want to test council then on 17-2? I'll do that. Councillor Hensby, is there a seconder? Second. Councillor Lovelace? Councillor Hensby?
I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations outlined in the private confidential report dated June 25th, 2024, and 2, direct that the private confidential report dated June 25th, 2024 be maintained private and confidential.
Councillor Mancini? Oh, sorry, Councillor Hensby, do you have a comment?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor? Are we voting? We are voting by machine. That motion is carried. Thank you. Would you like to do 17-3? Pardon? In camera? Okay.
I'll do 17-4.
17-4, Councillor Mancini.
That the Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated May 27, 2024, and 2, direct the private and confidential report dated May 27, 2024 be maintained private and confidential.
Oh, I believe we have a councillor that would like it to go in camera.
Too late.
So we will do that in camera, Councillor Mancini. Sorry about that.
17.5.
And so, Councillor Mason.
17.5, I'll move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated June 28, 2024, and direct the private confidential report dated June 28, 2024 be maintained private and confidential.
Seconded by Councillor Russell. Oh, call for the question. Councillor Morse, did you want 17-5 to go in camera?
But not 4? Not 4?
So 17-4 passed. 17-4 we took off. And 17-5. Okay, so we're going to go back to 17-4. Councillor Morse, are you all right with 17-4 now? Okay.
I'll put the following motion on. The Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated May 27, 2024, and 2, direct the private and confidential report dated May 27, 2024 be maintained private and confidential. So that's 4. Your 4th.
So no questions? We'll
No.
call for the question? On
Correct.
17.4?
Yep.
That motion has carried, so I believe we are going in camera for 17.3 and 17.5. So a motion to go in camera, please. Councillor Purdy, seconded by Councillor Russell. Councillors, 7 minutes for a bio break, 7.
don't bring it up. He's still boarding. There's 1-0 now, though.
Trish's mic is.
Yeah, it is. Welcome back, and thank you very much for your indulgence. We did have a motion to extend past 10. If anybody should be still with us watching. We are returning to ratify our in-camera motions. We'll start with 17.3. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated June 10th, 2024, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated June 10th, 2024 be maintained private and confidential.
Seconded by Councillor Cuddle. Thank you so very much. There are no names on the list. We'll
Question.
call for the question. Vote. Thank you very much. That motion has carried. We'll move now to 17.5. Councillor Cuddle.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. Sleep at the mic here. Okay. What is the motion, Ian? There we go. Thank you. Oh, no. Okay, yes, motion. There it is. I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the recommendation as outlined in the private and confidential report dated June 28th, 2024, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated June 28th, 2024, be maintained private and confidential.
Second. Seconded by Councillor Morse. Call for the question. Motion has carried. Thank you very much. We will now ask at this late hour for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Purdy.